Fishing rods and stuff like that.
Good morning, folks. Hope everybody had a good evening and good night, although it was cloudy. I know it did clear up for just a little bit, and I know some people attempted to capture some data. So hopefully you got something useful. Tonight looks almost as bad, if not worse. So we'll keep you updated on that as the day goes on. So if everyone would like to grab a seat, our first presenter today will be virtually presenting. They couldn't make the conference. So let me get back to my computer and we'll get an intro up, and then we'll get the video live presentation. So I'm just going to read from the screen. Sorry you can see that because it's duplicated. But I'd like to introduce Jonathan Eggleston, a professional portrait photographer based in Monroe County, West Virginia, where he works with the Blackwater Photography Department. And Jonathan's passion extends beyond portrait photography into the realms of landscape and astrophotography as well, where he continues to inspire and educate newcomers with his knowledge of the night sky. In addition to his photography work, Jonathan serves as the media outreach coordinator for WVAA and also as a freelance photojournalist for the Real West Virginia News. Although Jonathan couldn't attend the convention today in person, due to unforeseen circumstances, he has prepared a comprehensive video presentation for us. Jonathan will be watching the live stream and will be connecting via Zoom for the question and answer session following the presentation. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Jonathan Eggleston as he presents on the ZWO ASI.
West Virginia, Monroe County, and along with professional trade, I have a passion for astronomy and astrophotography as well. Over the past 4 years, I've had the pleasure of using the CWO ASI Pro, and today I'm excited to share my experiences and insights with you. I won't actually be able to cover everything in this short amount of time, but in this presentation, we will explore the main features and discuss how to maximize its potential and compare it to a traditional astrophotography setup involving a laptop with numerous drivers. Last year I presented in person, but this year I'm taking advantage of the virtual format to offer a more creative and comprehensive review. The ZWO ASI Air has truly revolutionized my astrophotography sessions by automating many tasks, allowing me to capture more data and focus on the creative aspects like composition and target framing without the stress of technical mishaps. By the end of this presentation, you will have the knowledge and confidence to start using your ASI Air effectively, enabling you to enjoy your astrophotography journey with ease. So sit back, relax, join me as we embark on this deep dive into the world of the ZWO ASI. The ASI Air is a compact all-in-one device designed to help astrophotographers control their equipment more easily. It connects to your camera mount and other accessories, allowing you to control them wirelessly using a smartphone or tablet. It is small enough to fit in the palm of your hand, making it highly portable and convenient. When you purchase the ASI Air, the box typically includes the ASI Air device, USB cables of various lengths for connecting cameras, mounts, and other devices, a micro SD card pre-installed with the ASI Air operating system, a mounting bracket for attaching the ASI Air to your telescope setup, a user manual, and the newer models come with a Wi-Fi antenna to enhance Wi-Fi range. So first things first, whatever device you're using, you need to download the ASI Air app and install it on your device. After turning on the ASI Air, you will hear a long beep. After it beeps, go to the Wi-Fi settings and connect to the ASI Air hotspot. The default connection code is 12345678. After connecting to the hotspot, locate the ASI Air app on your device and open it up. If you are connected successfully, you will see this screen, and there are a few things we need to do here if it's the first time using your device. If you look up to the top left, you will see location info, date, latitude, and longitude. Most smartphones and tablets have built-in GPS now, so hitting the refresh button beside location info might automatically fill in your latitude and longitude. But if for some reason you will need to enter the correct coordinates here, but once you do this once, you shouldn't have to do this again as long as you're in the same location the next time you use it. So before we go any further, let's talk briefly about plugging your equipment in correctly. Using the provided 3.0 blue port, connect your camera into the USB 3.0 slot. Using the USB 2.0 slot for connecting your mount and guide scope. Connect a 12-volt power supply into the DC 12-volt input and plug your fan into one of the 2.1 millimeter outputs with one of the provided cords as well. Once you have everything connected, you should be able to locate your mount, camera, guide camera, and other accessories in the drop-down menus on the right-hand side. If for some reason your camera doesn't show up, don't worry about it. We will discuss that shortly in the video as well. If you don't know your focal length, you can enter 0 for now, but your guide scope focal length needs to be correct here. Now that we're connected, this is the home screen where we can access all our equipment, polar align setup, auto guiding, play solve, and many other things that we will get into. But for now, let's go over what each highlighted symbol at the top of the screen means and how to navigate between them. Let's start with the Wi-Fi symbol on the left. This is where you can access your Wi-Fi settings, change your Wi-Fi name, and choose station mode where you can use your home Wi-Fi. If we scroll down, we can access the 4 power outputs on the ASI Air. If on the previous screen your camera wouldn't connect and you've checked that all your cables are plugged in correctly and everything is turned on, you might need to check here in the power outlet. This should allow you to connect your camera when we go back to the main screen. Scrolling down, you can personalize between Celsius and Fahrenheit, and also this is where you turn the ASI Air off. And to navigate back to the home screen, just tap in the dark area on the left to bring you back. Let's go ahead and click on the highlighted camera option here, and this will bring you to our settings. Here we can turn our camera off and on, swap between cameras, adjust gain or ISO if using a DSLR. We can check our main scope focal length, turn on and adjust cooling here if you're using a cool astronomy camera. And we can even choose what metadata we want our files to display, but I do generally leave all of this stuff turned on. If you haven't picked up on this already, we can access all of the highlighted symbols on the left of the home screen from here. So instead of going back, we can just click on the next symbol like this, which brings us to the guide scope settings. Again, we can turn the guide camera off and on, adjust gain and see your focal length. And if we look here at the calibration steps, we can adjust these if your guide scope is taking too long to calibrate. I bring mine down from the default settings to around 300 to 600, and it seems to work pretty well for me. Moving down, we can make adjustments to our guiding stability, build a dark library, and change our dithering settings. For stability, I like to have mine at 2 with a settle time of 10 seconds, but you might have to adjust this depending on your focal length and guide camera. The next symbol is our mount symbol, which takes us into our mount settings. Here we can turn our mount off and on and access view objects using the categories drop-down menu on the right, and we can even add our own targets using the add button. We can view our mount info, which can come in handy for cataloging unknown areas in the sky or coming back to projects later on. We can turn Go to Auto Center on and off and adjust our center exposure time as well as meridian flip settings. I have mine set to stop tracking 1 minute before the meridian, to auto flip 1 minute after meridian, and I keep my recalibrate guiding after meridian flip turned off. My Skywatcher EQ6R Pro seems to do pretty well without needing to recalibrate, but some mounts will need to have this turned on, so I guess the best thing is to just try and see, I suppose. Next, we can access the filter wheel if you have one. I actually don't use a filter wheel at this point, but it can be accessed here, adjusted, and labeled. You can choose the rotation direction, etc. Next is our autofocuser settings, where you can make adjustments and check the focuser position. You can tweak the step settings and a few other things, but I actually have mine installed on my other scope, but you can get a general idea here. And next we have our SD card symbol here, and this is where we can view our images or capture logs. And if you come down here to the bottom, you can actually do some deep sky stacking. If you've gathered any kind of light frames, you can come down here and stack them, but we'll talk a bit about that here in a minute. This last thing is just kind of about the ASI Air and some new features if you want to try out some stuff like that. So. Okay, so now that we have covered all the basic settings and have become familiar with navigating between the menus, we can go ahead and take a look at the main features and what makes this thing so popular amongst the astrophotography community. If we click on this little arrow here, this is actually how we control and manually slew our mount. Using the on-screen hand controller, we can turn tracking off and on, adjust our tracking speed, and go to the target of the previous session, making returning to the exact location very easy. If we click on the green preview button, it will open up all of our main features, and let's go ahead and start with the focus feature, since it's technically the first thing we need to do before anything else. With focus selected, press the white circle to begin and select the brightest star you can see. Once the star is selected, click on the zoom button on the left-hand side of the screen to get even closer to the star. You can adjust the exposure if you need things to be a bit brighter, and using this telescope focuser, we want to try and get this top number as low as we can while keeping the bottom number as high as possible. Using a bottom off mask here can really help you nail that perfect focus though. Once your focus looks good, you can stop and press X to return to the home screen. Next, we are going to press on PA, which will bring us into the polar alignment feature, and this one is a biggie for a lot of people, so let's see just how easy this thing makes polar aligning your mount, shall we? With PA highlighted in green, press the white play button on the right to enter the polar alignment screen. After pressing start, the mount takes an image, rotates the RA axis 60 degrees, and takes another image to determine where exactly it's pointing at in the night sky. Using the altitude adjustment knobs on the mount, we can fine-tune our polar alignment by getting that blue circle as close to the middle of that bullseye as we can. Sometimes it can take quite a bit of back and forth, but the more you do this, the easier it will become. It's kind of fun, honestly, and I like to see how fast I can get my time down to. So no more fearing the dreaded polar alignment. The ASI Air makes this process super fun and easy. Let's go ahead and peek at the live feature, which is a very cool feature for star parties and workshops. This feature allows you to stack exposures as they finish, improving the signal to noise ratio and enhancing details that tend to get lost in digital noise. Single exposures can have overwhelming color noise, so doing a live stack, each new exposure that finishes gets added to the stack, and you can watch the details get better as the night progresses. We can still save every image into the SD card for stacking later on the computer as well. We can add calibration frames as well to improve the live stack even more, but these aren't necessary. Some cameras have amp glow though, so adding dark frames must be done to correct for this. If you have regulated cooling, you can actually add dark frames onto your SD card and use those for live stacking instead of wasting time shooting dark frames. Now let's look at the feature I found myself using the most, the auto run feature. This is probably the feature that is the easiest to grasp and is where we can set up a new image session pretty easily. With the auto run highlighted, you can either press on the menu option here or press the white circle here to bring you into the auto run menu. On the left, you can see your target name, turn on meridian flip, set a delay, and adjust the interval between exposures. We can also choose to go to the home position and shut down the ASI Air after the session is finished. If we press here on the add symbol, we can input an image section using the pop-up menu. We can choose between light spots, flats, and darks, set exposure time, gain or ISO, and how many to take. You can even add multiple sessions if you need to capture shorter or longer exposures on the same target, eliminating the need to intervene between the two. Next, let's look at the video feature at the bottom. When we select this option, the screen will change to video format, allowing us to capture from 360p up to 1080p resolution. We have our histogram available as well, and if we come over here to the main section, we can tweak several things inside of the pop-up menu. We can change our binning if we want, save as an MP4, AVI, or both MP4 and AVI, which is what I like to do. This will save an MP4 copy to your device plus an AVI file to the SD card for later editing. We can adjust exposure, add stock music from the ASI Air to our video, flip the video horizontally or vertically, and choose to add a watermark for marketing if we want. I typically like to keep the music and watermarks turned off though, but there could be some reason that this could benefit you, I suppose. And last, we have the planning feature, which allows you to import a plan using telescopes.com. With the plan highlighted, press on the white circle to open the menu. We can click import or the add symbol to search for and locate your plan. These are a few I have saved on my ASI Air, but you can add new ones, return to old projects, or use this option to plan mosaics, which can sometimes be tricky to frame up just right. As the plan starts, we can monitor progress to see how long it will take, check the remaining file size, and pause the plan if we need to stop anything for some reason, but you can always come back to a plan later as long as you don't delete them. Here's a mosaic plan I imported from Telescopes on the Andromeda Galaxy last year, and I'm using it right back up. Auto guiding is very easy and it's a simplified version of PhD2. From the home screen on the left-hand side, press the guide symbol and this will open up the auto guiding graph. Touch on the graph to enter the auto guide menu. This is the guide scope menu and it's where we can easily start the guide camera by selecting the arrow circle here. This turns the guide scope on and enters a live 2-second loop, allowing me to see through my guide scope. I can choose to recalibrate the guide scope here, but I usually never do this. My mount seems to do pretty good without naming this. We can change the exposure here, but I like to keep mine on 2 seconds. I've always been told that 2 seconds works well, so that's what I've always done. If we click here on the graph icon on the left-hand side, it will open up the guiding graph for monitor guiding. And if we press on the circle icon on the right-hand side, this will select the guide star used for guiding, and it does offer multi-star guiding as well. With the guiding started, we can press the arrows in the top left to go back to the home screen and let the guiding do its thing. We can monitor the guiding graph from the home screen, so once you're happy with everything, you can start your image session, sit back and let the ASI air do all the work. That pretty much covers all the main features, and after using your device, you will quickly realize how easy this thing can make your life. As traditionally, astrophotography rigs required a laptop with several programs running and working together to offer the same as the ASI Air. This can be challenging and intimidating for people just starting out, so things like the ASI Air really simplifies this process and allows you to not have to worry about those technical steps. While using the ASI Air can seem almost too good to be true, there are some pros and cons, so we'll go over those quickly and we'll maybe take some pros and cons, so we'll go over those quickly and we'll maybe take some questions from the audience and see what you guys think about the ASI Air. Okay, so with most things that sound too good to be true, the ASI Air is no exception. With all good things, it comes with a few catches. For one, if you choose to go this route, keep in mind that the ASI Air is only compatible with ZWO astronomy cameras and select DSLR models, so make sure to check if your camera model is supported. Here's a list of supported cameras as of last year, so there could potentially be a few more that aren't on this list, but ZWO constantly releases firmware updates, adding new camera models and bug fixes. For those interested and don't have a ZWO camera or compatible DSLR, there are other options available that are more expensive and have a steeper learning curve. All of these options are streamlined for astrophotography, but ASI Air seems to be leading the race with its price point, ease of use, and user interface. If you already have invested in other brands, looking into these options will be your best bet. Comparing price points between ZWO, a standard laptop, and the premium Lucha Eagle, you can easily see why ZWO is the leader in this market, making this choice a no-brainer and truly opens the door for amateur astrophotography. The trade-off for its user-friendly status is the limiting processing power, as using a smartphone only offers limited capabilities, whereas a computer has full editing features. And even though this thing is extremely portable and compact, without a Wi-Fi connection, taking advantage of the online features like sharing to the ASI or online community is unavailable. And while it isn't a huge selling point, it is nice to have the option, so having Wi-Fi available is going to give you the best experience and unlock all the features. So before closing, I wanted to offer a few tips, a few things I've discovered that can really help you, but no one ever mentions. Tip number one, import dark frames from a dark library for live stacking to avoid wasting precious clear sky time. One thing you quickly learn when doing astrophotography is how valuable your clear nights are, so being prepared is very important. If you're using a dedicated astronomy camera, you can import dark frames from your dark library to use for live stacking. Copy the original raw vids file into the darks folder on your ASI or SD card, and you will be able to access them and add them during your live stack. If you're unsure of which target you want to shoot, you can utilize the planetarium feature and explore the guide, check framing and composition until you find something. From the main menu with preview highlighted, we can press on the constellation symbol on the bottom left to enter the planetarium feature. You can see the camera's field of view as a red box, which can really help make framing of targets easier. I use this feature all the time, and it can really help if you're unsure on what a target will look like through your setup as well. Once you're happy with your target, press on go to, select your route, and you can start your session and plan. If you lose connection during a session, do not stress out. Once your session has been entered into the ASI area and it has begun, it will continue to capture data regardless of being connected to your device or not. So if you lose connection, just walk closer to the ASI area and reconnect your Wi-Fi and open the ASI area app. Hopefully now you have a little better understanding of what this thing offers and how easy it is to use. After 2 or 3 times using your ASI area, you will be able to grasp things easily and be on your way to capturing consistent data. While the ASI area might not be the right fit for everyone, you have to admit that what it offers is pretty hard to beat. And if you're thinking about getting an ASI area, hopefully you found this video useful, and I'll leave it open now for questions from you guys.
Okay, folks, stand by just a moment and I'll bring Zoom up and we'll have Jonathan connected to us live. I'm not seeing his meeting, so stand by just a moment, folks. See, we are at 9:26. If you want to give me about 5 minutes, I'm going to have to search down an email. So our live stream will be off in just a moment, and then we'll get Jonathan back. So if anybody needs a quick break, refreshments in the back, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes. No, there is. Hey Dave, are you talking with him right now? Are you texting him? Okay, yeah. Can you email me that invite back real quick? Yeah. So, this league plans. Hey, Jonathan, can you hear me now? Can you hear us now? Yep, we got you. So, okay, folks, yeah, can see you fine. So we have Jonathan on. If everybody'd like to take their seats again real quick, and we'll open up for any questions and answers regarding the ASI area. So any questions from the audience at this point? Yep, hang on.
Hey, Jonathan, it's Mike. The issue I have with ASI Air is the Wi-Fi range. Are there any tips for helping to increase that? One of the things I did do was I bought a better antenna to go on there, but I still have issues even with the newer one with the range being pretty crappy for, as standalone without it connecting through the home Wi-Fi.
Yeah. You can get it while I'm sure.
Hold on, Jonathan, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
The ASI Pro, so it doesn't have an antenna, so I got a Wi-Fi booster a couple years ago that works pretty well. It lets me go all the way back into the house, back to my bedroom. That could potentially make your antenna, reach a little further. I heard the newer ones with the bigger antennas do better, but like I said, I've never really gotten to use one of the antennas, so I've always used a Wi-Fi booster, one of the like SecTech, just a cheap one I got from Walmart or something.
Okay, thank you. Let me add one thing to that. If you buy, they make these travel routers that you can buy. They're about 3 inches by 3 inches by an inch. That generates their own Wi-Fi hotspots. They normally do 2G, 5G, so you can connect with those as well and run both networks. So you join your Air to that, turn on the station mode to join your ASI Air to that. Then you join your device to it that you're driving the ASI Air from, either a phone, a tablet, or a computer, and that will extend the range. So it's the same thing as a booster. There's just a little more flexibility with the routers. So that's just another alternative recommendation. All right, I got one more question.
Maybe not a question. Another thing you can do is they make weatherproof or weather resistant Wi-Fi repeaters that you can put outside your ASI Air. I have one of those.
Good deal.
TV11, they're like $50. They power grid and things like that.
So Brian brought up another option will be for a weatherproof Wi-Fi repeater that you can put outside. This would be more for a home type environment or a fixed observatory. A little more difficult to travel with, just an extra step.
Or power up or ignore the power line adapters. You could always possibly do that. Ethernet connectivity.
And there's another option as well. That's the Ethernet power line adapter modifier to include Wi-Fi. Those are just small devices you can plug in to a power outlet, and that generates a Wi-Fi extension point at that location. So you can connect if you have an outlet that is close by to your ASI Air within the range, you can plug that into that outlet and then join the Wi-Fi and station with likewise. So same technology, a little different technology, same results. So got one more question, follow up?
Jonathan's Mike again. What do you set your cooling for your cameras? Does it depend on your particular camera? I have a 533 and a 2600.
They're on the CWO website. They kind of give I'm pretty sure they give an ideal temperature. I think with my 183, it was negative 15 degrees, but on the 294, it's negative 10 degrees. So I usually just go on to like a CWO Facebook group and I'll ask, it's kind of hard to locate like information like that, like exact questions like that on the CWO website, but there's a lot of information on Cloudy Night, different Facebook groups. numbers that you ask questions like that. Every camera seems to be around -10 to -15. Even though these cameras sometimes will go to like -40 degrees, there's a certain point when you're not really benefiting anymore to make it colder. You know, then you're just running up the motor of your fan, or you can cause compensation on your on the inside of the camera sensor and stuff like that. So the 294 that I'm using now, I'll leave it on about -10, and that was what Bill had suggested we do. So yeah, I guess each camera is a little different, but -10 degrees should be good. Maybe -15, but maybe check on cloudy nights or something.
Thanks, Jonathan. Nothing, just remember on that, your darks library and calibration frames that are temperature dependent will have to be taken to the same. All right, any more questions, please? Oh, go on.
Can you connect the ASI air to an astrophysics mount that normally connects with a DB9 or a true serial port?
What was that? Sorry.
Question was, can you connect the ASI air to an astrophysics mount that typically uses the older DB9 connection?
That I'm not really sure about. I'm using astrophysics now, but that would probably be a question you could contact CW directly for. I would probably want to contact them directly to ask, you know, so you give them the exact model number and all that. But yeah, I've seen a lot of these older mounts though that need like drop correctors installed on them and stuff that they don't seem to work. But that could be something different. I'm not really sure about that. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me add just a little bit to that. Depending on the firmware with your astrophysics mount and what it's running, you are able to connect the ASI to it. There will be a conversion device, USB to DB9 that can be utilized, but you really need to confirm your firmware with astrophysics. I've looked into this in the past for Canal Valley Astronomical Society, and that was your reference there will be contacting astrophysics, and they can tell you the compatibility for that and get you the correct firmware if needed.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Yes, I have a Mach 1. Yes, I have a astrophysics Mach 1. I have an astrophysics Mach 1, and yes, you can connect the ASI air. I contacted the astrophysics about it, and yes, you can. Just plug in.
Thank you. Brent?
I was just going to confirm that you can.
Oh, okay. Brent Maynard just confirmed that you can connect to astrophysics. All right. A lot of feedback on that one. So any more questions, folks?
So I have a general comment on the ASI air. We talked about focusing and that type of thing, and I started out with the manual focus. The biggest improvement I was able to make is to buy the EAF and hook it up and use the electronic autofocuser, and that even simplifies it better. It's set it and forget it, and it'll focus itself, and it'll go through the process. So spend the extra $199, get the EAF, and you're good to go. That really improved what I was doing and made it much easier and a lot less failures.
Yeah, that's for sure. I recommend that EAF. I was the same. I put off getting an autofocuser for years, and when I finally did get one, it was just like, I mean, it's like, I don't know, I was just mad I didn't get one earlier.
And those can be utilized not only with the focuser on the telescope, but you can also adapt those to camera lenses through a belt system. Abraham Jones, I don't see him right now, but he'll be here later. He has one of those and utilizes, so the autofocus does work. You need to get it somewhat close, at least reasonable star size, otherwise it may run the wrong direction too far and unable to get back very quickly. But that's an easy, very easy thing to get accomplished. But the EAF is a great addition. So any more questions from the audience? Okay, I think we're all clear here, Jonathan. So thank you very much for the presentation, and thanks for joining in Zoom. Wish you could be here, but go ahead.
Sorry, I wanted to put this in the presentation, I just ran out of time, but if you're actually using an autofocuser, you can, on the ASI area, it tells you your focus position, like it's a number. So if you're unable to take flats or something that night, you could potentially come back later. I know there's stuff that the temperature might fluctuate. If you're using a regulated camera that's got cooling and you're able to come back, save that focus position, you could potentially take flats at a later date, rather than having to do them at the end of the session because you have the exact focus position. So maybe that's a possibility. I wanted to put it in the tips, but just thought I'd mention that too. Another bonus for getting an autofocuser, I suppose.
Okay, any follow-ups? Okay, Jonathan, thank you very much again. Appreciate it and enjoy your time there, and we will catch you when you're back in town. So, thank you.
All right.
Okay, folks, if you can think of anything throughout the rest of the seminar you'd like information on the ASI, just let me know. We'll get you an answer on that. So our next presentation is scheduled for 10 o'clock. For schedule. That will be Brent Maynard and the Seestar. So if you want to take a short recess, be back in a couple minutes before top of the hour, and we'll resume then. Thank you. to our seats. Still got a couple minutes, but. And during breaks, and we'll try to have it covered at lunch as well, we do have our raffle ticket sales that are going on. So Messier posters created by the Astrophotographers of WVAA, also for sale. We have our Stars and coffee mugs, and t-shirts available. So go see our folks at the back, and they will get you hooked right up. Okay, I think we have everybody back, so we'll get kicked off here about a minute or so early. So our next speaker will be Brent Maynard. He is from Hurricane, West Virginia. And Brent has been interested in astrophotography since the late 1980s, using print and slide film. Progressing through webcams and multiple generations of DSLRs to capture the night sky, Brent enjoys tinkering with technology to push the boundaries of what can be accomplished, like modifying consumer cameras to make them more sensitive for astrophotography applications. He also tries to keep the budget to a reasonable amount by leveraging what is available in the junk drawer or in eBay to fill a need. Brent is married to Sharon with 2 sons, Cameron and William, that are also interested in astrophotography. So join me in welcoming Brent Maynard.
Good morning. You can dim the lights. Before I get started with the presentation, I just want to make a quick announcement. And you may have heard this, but maybe not, which would be good for community outreach and trying to get additional information. I'm on the Blackwater Falls State Park Foundation. Janet Wilson's also on the board. One of the major initiatives that the foundation is currently working on is working with Dark Skies International to have Blackwater Falls State Park designated an official dark sky site. So we are in the process of evaluating the lighting conditions here within the park, coming up with a remediation plan to replace light fixtures, to do whatever we can to minimize the light pollution in the park and get that designation from Dark Skies International to say we are a dark sky location. And as part of this also is the community outreach, just educating people about lighting and what you can do, even if you're not within the park, if you're local or even back where you live, to be aware of your lighting and things that you can do to help mitigate light pollution, which is, as everyone knows, there's not very many dark sky locations left, especially in the east. West Virginia is kind of the cream of the crop as far as dark sky locations east of the Mississippi. So we want to try to preserve this. So there's some materials back, I think, on the back table that we have. And if you have any questions or anything about what the process is or what we're trying to do, feel free to come and talk to either myself or Janet, and we can kind of fill you in on where we are and what the plan is. So I just want to bring that up. Try to keep the skies dark. As Bill said, I'm Brent Maynard. I see some familiar faces, but I see some new faces. So welcome. And if you have any questions, and we don't get them answered today, if you think about something later, feel free to send me an email, brent.maynard@marshall.edu. But today, what we're going to talk about is electronic assisted astrophotography. It's a new wave. It's kind of taking hold. And I'm focusing in on the Seestar S50, which is this device here. And I see several around here, which is a good sign that these things are very popular now for a variety of reasons. There's some out in the back table. There's also a Cosmo. Is that the
Dwarf Labs 2?
Dwarf Labs 2. And Dwarf Labs just came out with Dwarf Labs 3. There's a lot of interest in this, so it's growing. We're kind of at the early stages of this kind of entry-level device that helps us with doing astrophotography. This is actually my wife. I bought this for her for Christmas because she comes to me, you know, she likes to go to Green Bank when we have StarQuest. She'll come up here when she's able to. So she enjoys coming to these events, but she doesn't know really a lot about doing astrophotography and the process, the effort that it takes to actually start, you know, getting to a point where you're, you know, using this type of equipment. That's daunting. You know, ASI airs and filter wheels and automatic focusers and blah, 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 blah. It's just, it gets overwhelming for people. Whereas you can go out and get something like this and actually start producing some images. And I'll show you the images that I've got. I've not had a lot of time under the dark skies with this yet, but what I do have, I'm impressed with this device. And this is generation 1. I'm waiting to see what the second and third generation of these devices give us. I just want to say this, I have no affiliation with CWO, that's the manufacturer. This was just kind of the one that started getting a lot of popularity. I have a lot of CWO equipment. I've got you know, mounts and ASI Air, you know, the original all the way up to the Plus. So I've been using their product. So that's kind of common with this, but I have no affiliation with them at all. And as I mentioned, this is a nice gateway into astrophotography for people that are wanting to get into it, but don't necessarily maybe have the budget initially, or getting, you know, overwhelmed with what it might take to actually get to a setup where you're getting into, you know, higher end equipment. So what is the Seestar? It's a refractor with a 50 millimeter aperture, 2-inch, that's about 2-inch aperture, and a focal length of 250 millimeters at f5. It's a 3 element lens, so it's chromatic. So it has really good quality optics. For the price point, this is good quality optics. It's got its internal focuser. It's automatic or manual. We'll show that when I'll do a little bit of demo here in just a few minutes. Currently, it is alt-azimuth. So that means that, as you can see this device, it's not on an equatorial wedge or equatorial type mount like these scopes are. It's in a plane. And so when it wants to track, it's got to basically do this kind of stair-step tracking of the night sky as things go across the sky. That currently has one limitation. You can't do really long exposures with this because you get field rotation because of the alt-azimuth. You know, and the best way I can demo this, in the wintertime, right after sunset, you see Orion in the east, and he's kind of laying on his side. Well, midnight, he's standing up, and then early in the morning, when he's in the west, he's laying on his other side. So Orion, as it transits the night sky, it's rotating. And these equatorial type mounts do the same thing. They kind of rotate with the night sky. Alt-azimuth mounts like this one, like I mentioned, they don't do that rotation. They just do stair-stepping. So the camera's kind of always pointing in the same orientation. So you get this field rotation. So that's kind of a current limitation. I think I've heard Bill say that version 2, whatever the next iteration is going to be, will be support both alt-azimuth and equatorial.
If I can inject here, there have been some testers and everything they have, and now ZWO has admitted that this can be placed in an equatorial rotation. There's some workarounds to get it aligned at that point and the way it works, but you would have to put it on a wedge or an equatorial mount. So this can be fully operated in equatorial mode, which will eliminate the field rotation.
Yes, that'd be good when they do that. It has a rechargeable battery that lasts several hours, 6 hours, and it's fairly lightweight, 5.5 pounds. I've got the case. I'll show it here in a little bit. It makes a really nice travel rig. If you want to go someplace and you're traveling, you don't want to pack that away and take that on the airplane, which you can do, but it's kind of cumbersome to take a big rig out west or someplace. But something like this is very portable, and this is the case that it all fits in. That includes the tripod and the Seestar, and so it's a great little travel accessory. They're only going to get better. The other thing I noticed, there's a couple up here. There's one outside, and I've noticed that people are starting to put like little bling on them, you know, to customize them because they all look the same. So I heard somebody say that, was it you? Someplace like there were 20 Seestars on the field someplace.
Yeah, there were, and some people are customizing, and the reason you see this gold on the ones here, this is before any of the customization. They just come out with, and folks were worried about the heat buildup for the eclipse. If you do a thermal, you know, it's a black device running for 4 hours during the eclipse in glaring sun, and it was hitting about 130 degrees if you did a temperature check outside, which I did do on it. Well, it shuts down automatically at 140. So in preparation for the eclipse, we did some gold reflectivity, and it dropped the temperature down to, I can't even remember now, but it was very significant. So we just did that to avoid any shutdowns during the eclipse.
But it's probably not a bad idea because, you know, like here, there's multiple of these things sitting around, so they are becoming quite popular. So what are some of the benefits of this beyond the introduction into astrophotography? Public outreach, which is a good one. If you have a club or a star party like this, you can set one of these up during the day for solar. If the moon's up, you can set it up at night to do some lunar photography, and also deep sky imaging. And it does live stacking. So as you're taking a picture of, say, like M51, which I'll show here in just a minute, the Whirlpool galaxy, it'll continue adding more and more data to that in live mode, and you can have that on the screen, on a laptop, on an iPad, or an Android tablet, and let people see what's happening. Because a lot of times, if you're out in a star party and it's dark and you're trying to look through a scope. Some people, you got kids that are small, they can't get up to the eyepiece. And, so sometimes it's hard for people to actually look through the scope to see something. Whereas with a device like this, you can have a live screen showing the image as it's building up, and you're getting more and more data. As I mentioned earlier, it's a gateway for beginners. It's a good way to kind of get into the hobby without spending a lot of money. I've already talked about portability. You can do solar, night sky, and landscape. It has landscape mode. So if you want to if you have a bird feeder out someplace, or a nest, or birds, something like that, you can use this during the daytime for landscape. Relatively low cost. When I got this, it was $4.99. Now it's on sale for $4.59. And I think that's kind of, there's some competition, which is good. The Dwarf 3 just came out, and ZWO, I'm assuming, is going to be coming out with their version 2.
Frank?
Yes.
Ordered one yesterday, High Point Scientific, $4.49, no tax, no shipping.
That's the price.
That's the price of the Seestar.
$4.49.
$4.49.
Yeah. And you access this, there's no eyepiece. So it's electronic. So you're going to be using a smartphone, a smart tablet, or you can use a laptop. In my case, I'm using an Apple Silicon MacBook, which can run the native app directly on my MacBook. If you're using an Intel-based laptop or Windows, you can use BlueStacks, which is like an Android emulator. So if you want to use your laptop, there's a couple of different ways you can do that. If you have an Apple Silicon MacBook, you can run the app directly. If you're running a Windows machine, you can run BlueStacks, or you can just use a tablet or your smartphone. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sit down and show you Seestar in action. I'll show you how it works. Oh, and the other thing I forgot to mention, which is kind of cool, it comes with a solar filter, and I'll show you how this works. So for the $4.49, you also get a solar filter that plugs right into the end. The other thing that I'll mention now, because I might forget if I was doing the live, it has a built-in light pollution filter that you can turn on or off. So you can either have the light pollution filter come in front of the sensor, or you can remove it. So if you're in a dark sky location, like up here at Blackwater Falls or down in Canning Valley or at Spruce Knob, you don't need the light pollution filter. But if you're in Taze Valley, where I live, you have Huntington and Charleston and all the Walmarts and everything else, just lighting up the night sky, then you can turn on the light pollution filter, and it'll help with your images to cut the light pollution. And that's built in as well. So let me go ahead and just do a demo. So I'll speak loud, and hopefully you'll be able to hear me. If you can't hear me, just let me know. So here's the Seestar app, and I'm running the beta software. If you're currently using the Seestar and this looks a little bit different than what you're used to, this is the beta release, which has some nice features. The first one being open arm. Am I still connected?
Yeah, it's fine.
I wonder.
Because you're trying, it should be.
I was plugged in to the Seestar.
Oh,
Okay, I'll talk about that here in a minute. So you can see the arms coming up, and in the current version of the app, you've got to do that yourself kind of manually if you want to bring it up. And so it is ready to go. You can see the aperture over here. The solar filter, if I were going to be doing solar imaging, it just take it out of the little case and it just gets right there in the end. So you can do solar filter. Now, this is the orange type of solar filter. It's not the white light solar filter. And some people like doing white light, but you can, if you have a 3D printer or know somebody has a 3D printer, there are models out online where you can print your own little filter holder, and then you can put your own type of filter in there if you want to. So you can use the Bader Astro film to get the white light, or you can use this one. So you have the ability to kind of make your own filters, because there's plans or models, 3D models out online you can print with the filter holder. So you can do stargazing, this can do stargazing, solar system, or scenery. So if I do stargazing, it's going to come and tell me, you know, what are some of the tonight's best. And you can click on one of those, and it will, I don't know how well this is going to work. I'm going to say go to gaze, okay, so I'm going to tell it go to M31. It's probably going to say it's below the horizon. So what it does is it kind of knows where it is, and because I haven't set any coordinates or anything there yet, but it goes to where it thinks M31 should be, based upon its internal compass, the GPS coordinates that you load to it from your device, and then it starts taking images, and it does plate solving, and it'll figure out where it is, and then it'll go to the target, and once it gets to the target, it will start taking images and start building those up. So I'm going to cancel this because I don't think you can find them very well. So it's trying to do it now. So let's get out of here. For the solar system, it's kind of the same. It gives you the list of the planets, and then you click on which one you want to, and then you can just do the go to. And then scenery, with the scenery, so you can see I'm got this little thing here that I'm able to control. It's not, well, I guess it is on the back. So it's not real fast, but I can, I'm trying to get the door over here. And I'm going to click on autofocus. I'm just going to see if it can, I don't know what the minimum distance is you can do, but it's trying to do the autofocus.
You can raise one of the lines and shoot out through the window, maybe.
Not quite.
Out the door, or out the door. Over there.
Yeah, read one of those license plates.
What's your date?
Try this real quick. I don't want to spend too much time with this. But this, you can see what you can do. This is landscape.
There you go. There you go.
It's
Just clicking.
that's good. And so from here, I can take a picture. So I'm sitting here just taking single snapshots. I can also take a video. I think they'll get a disclaimer from that guy. We're streaming live. So, and you can do time lapse. So it'll take a series of time lapses. So that is that's the landscape mode. So you've got these three different modes: deep sky, planetary, and landscape. And the solar system includes the sun for solar and the moon for lunar. If I click on this, my album, it will show the images I just took. Those are on the Seestar, and it's pulling those up. I can connect a USB-C type cable to the Seestar and access images directly. It takes, if you're doing an image capturing session, it will capture the images in a FIT format. Bill mentioned yesterday about the FIT format for astrophotography. So it will capture FIT images. You can't get to them when you're connected to it through Wi-Fi like I am now. But if you plug it in with a USB cable, it's just like a big thumb drive, and you can pull all the images down to your laptop for additional processing.
Right here,
Yes.
is there terrestrial mode where it won't, you can stay stationary, like we focus on something like?
Yeah, the landscape. If you go to landscape,
It
stays right there. Yeah. And this image, you can see it on the little thumbnail. M27. I was trying to take this down a green bank, but I was having a hard time because it's almost directly overhead. And that's the worst possible orientation for an alt-azimuth type tracking solution. It works the best if your targets are towards the south and in the east and the west around the equatorial plane, yeah. And so overhead is not good. I had troubles getting it to work. Yeah, so that is a, I think it's a stack of like 3 images before it finally just gave up. And it couldn't track, it just lost track. I have mine set for 20 seconds. With the Seestar, you've got 3 time exposures. You can do 10-second exposures, 20-second exposures, or 30-second exposures. They recommend 10 because you don't get a lot of field rotation in 10 seconds. If you are in a decent area, you can go 20. If you're in one of those sweet spots where you're not getting a lot of field rotation, kind of east-west at the equatorial plane, you can go up to 30 seconds. I've not tried 30 seconds yet. I want to try to do that to see if I can get some better data. I'll show you. This is the Seestar. That's its own stack. That's maybe a half an hour, 40 minutes maybe, 20-second images that the Seestar stack of M51. And when I saw this image start coming out, I was impressed with the price point and the usability and the ease of setting up. for somebody who's never done any astrophotography, to be able to go out the first evening and get something like this is pretty impressive. The sensor's small, it's not the highest quality sensor, but, I would, back in the late 80s, I would have been ecstatic to be able to get something like this. Even 10 years ago, the technology's come so far in the past few years, it's really making astrophotography more approachable, easier to do, and the quality. I saw somebody posted on Facebook the other day on one of the Facebook groups that I watch, where they had taken like 20 hours of the N16 Eagle Nebula, pillars of creation, and they put it beside the Hubble image. And the Hubble image was better, but it wasn't that much better. And so it's pretty impressive about where we've come as far as the ability to do things. And this is the next iteration. So let's see what else we have. So it does have the built-in Sky Atlas. So you can use the Sky Atlas and move around. And so you find the target through the Sky Atlas and you say go to. And so it'll take you to wherever you're pointing on the Sky Atlas. So that's nice. You can do a search here. So if I want to search for, let's search for M51. And then I can, so it took me there in the Sky Atlas, and then I can do go to. And of course, it's not going to be able to find it, but it's going to try. So you can see it's starting to, you'll see if they can find it if you want. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that. So we've got the Sky Atlas. Community, I'm on, that's just the Seestar community where you can get help. But I'm not on the internet, I'm hooked up to this guy. You can put this in station mode. I think Jonathan was talking earlier about the ASI Air, where you can put the ASI Air to your home network and then access the ASI Air from your devices through your home network and not having this direct connection like we're having now. You can put this in station mode as well. So if you have this in station mode, connect it to your home network, and then your laptop's connected to your home network, your iPad or your Android tablet, you can then go access the community site while you're interacting with the Seestar. This, as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't know where it is. My laptop does not have GPS coordinates. So whereas your smart devices do, and it will automatically give the GPS coordinates to the Seestar. Since I'm hooked up with the laptop, it doesn't know. This doesn't work for Android yet. I don't know why, but if you're running an iOS type device, you're running it on the Mac, and for whatever reason you can't get GPS coordinates, you can put the GPS coordinates in yourself just by setting whatever the coordinates. So this is the 376 north, and then the latitude, that's latitude and longitude is 7930 west. I mean, I think I had that set down in Green Bay, when we were down there. So you can actually enter in your GPS coordinates directly. I don't think the Android app does that, at least people working with a guy down in Green Bay, and we couldn't find that option on his tablet. He had an Android tablet. It just wasn't there. I've not used nearby. What is nearby?
Nearby will show you, if you're connected to the internet, it will show you everybody that is on the community on a map that is close to you to show you where the Seestars are. And if they've uploaded their images to the community, you can see like a stack of images there, you can look and see what the cool pictures are. It's also a good way to collaborate, you know, as far as, hey, when you're shooting tonight or something like that. It just often
It looks like it has astronet.
Yeah.
ASIR.
Yeah, same thing there, so.
So here's the settings. So in the lower right-hand corner, it says me. So this is the settings, and it shows my Wi-Fi. This is something that you probably want to update the name, because if you go out to a star party and there's 15 or 20 of these out in the field, and you start looking for yours, they all start with the same S50 underscore blah, 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 blah. So either you write that down so you know which one's yours, or you rename it so that you can find your own Seestar. So same thing happens if you're at a star party with a bunch of people with ASI airs. You see all these ASI airs on. You can set your focus here, so you can fine tune your focus. You can put a background mask on the end of that, make sure you've got perfect focus, and if it's different than what it thinks this is the actual focus, you can write down the current focus numbers and update this. So you can actually kind of tweak what it thinks is focus. You know, you get the thermal expansion or thermal contraction at night, things change. So sometimes you just got to tweak the focus. You know, it'll try its best. Sometimes you might be able to get it just a little bit better. You can save that focus point here. The advanced features, this is where you set your exposure. You've got 10, 20, and 30. Save each frame and enhancing, so I do that because you can have it set up to where it'll take a picture, add it to the stack, and then throw that one away. Take a picture, add it to the stack, throw that one away. Never throw away your data. You know, obviously don't save each frame, because what I do is I take the data and pull it into something like Serial and do additional processing on the data. Because we can do that. Serial does a better job at stacking and processing than this does in turn. And I'll show a couple of images here in just a minute. You can also stream this. So if you're in a public setting and you have this on the Wi-Fi, so if we added this to the Blackwater Falls State Park Wi-Fi, I could publish the streaming address for this device, and you could bring up on a laptop, on a phone, just a browser, go to that address, and you'd be able to see what I see through the stream. So that's another good way for public outreach, is you can have a couple of different stations set up, so everybody's not trying to crowd around one device. You could have multiple laptops or multiple screens or whatever set up, so you could have people looking at them. And depending on where you are, you can do that into different rooms, different parts of the network. You know, so if you're at a larger facility, you could be streaming to a completely different room. So that's another nice feature, to be able to stream the live feed out of Seestar. Yes.
Okay, so another thing I guess is good for, if you've got friends and family over for a get together or whatever, you know, instead of going outside in the bitter cold in the winter for Christmas or something like that, you can have a Seestar set out outside doing its thing, electronic astronomy, and then you can, if you have this RTSP set up and it's on your home network, if you have a smart TV in a room, you can just browse to that and have that up on the TV, and you can see what's going on outside. Then you can connect to it with your app and change targets and do all that from inside your house without having to go out.
Yeah.
Just another little fun thing to do.
Like I mentioned earlier, for the price point, this thing's bundled full of features. You know, it's pretty impressive what they were able to cram into this thing for the price. Another thing I forgot to mention is it also has an anti-dew heater, so it has a dew heater built in. It probably cuts the battery life down.
It does.
But if you're having moisture issues, there's not a real good way to put a dew strap around this. It has one built in. So in that case, you might want to plug it in to some power source so you don't drain your battery if you're doing turn built-in dew heater on. So let me jump out here real quick and let's just go look at some stuff. So this is a picture image that I got of the Seestar a few weeks ago when we had this nice grouping of sunspots that came across. And this was probably a 15-second video, 20-second video. If you've ever done planetary imaging, because the object's big, the atmosphere causes lots of turbulence, so it's hard to get a single image of either the moon or even the sun without some blurring, because it's like looking down the highway on a hot summer day. You see those waves coming up. Well, the same thing's happening up in the atmosphere. So what you do is you take a video and then you have it stack the best 50% of the frames or the best 70% of the frames. And so you get the best frames out of that video, you stack them together, and then you get an image like something like this. I probably have some. Let's see. Well, let me show you M51. So this is. So this is the image that the Seestar stacked of M51. That's what came out of it after 40 minutes. Half an hour, 40 minutes. And then I took those bit files that I saved from here, and I ran it through my own processing, and I'm able to pull out some more detail. You can see the little galaxy up to the upper left. So I'm able to tweak more information out of the images using something like PixInsight or Serial to help enhance the image. But this is the same, half an hour, 40 minutes worth of data, 20-second images on the Seestar. And that's I'm pleased with that. Given the optics and the sensor size and everything, that's good. And it's got nice round stars. So there's tiny halos, so the apochromatic optical elements are pretty good. So I was impressed with the quality of the optics as well. So here's the Pelican. I did this here in Canaan Valley. The one thing that I didn't do when I was taking this image, this was another maybe a half an hour worth of data, I had the light pollution filter on. So the signal's weaker because there's a filter out there now, and I should have not had the filter on. But even after that, you're able to see if you have the light pollution filter, you need probably 3 times the amount of data that you normally would if you were in a dark sky location. So if you're in a dark sky location, you really don't need your light pollution filter. I accidentally had it on, so that's why it looks a little weaker signal-wise, a little more grainy. But if I have more data, I'll be able to fix that. So this is one with the light pollution filter on, and I didn't need it, versus the N51, which I didn't have the light pollution filter on at all. And this is the Lagoon Nebula, which I think that's pretty good. This may be closer to an hour worth of data, 20-second image, each frame 20 seconds, but closer to an hour worth of data. And so it's more, one thing, there's never enough data. The more data you have, the better. So you can see it's a little more detailed, you can see some more fine stuff in the image that's starting to pop out. That's just more data. Another hour, a couple more hours, will even enhance that more. Let's see, let's go to the. I'll go back to the Seestar. I want to go to lunar. I just want to show you some. So this is a video. So you can kind of see it waving a little bit. See how it's kind of just, kind of like jello a little bit. That's just the atmospheric turbulence. And those are the frames you want to throw away. Because you'll see moments where it's nice and sharp and then it's a little blurry. It's nice and sharp and a little blurry. So you throw away the blurry frames and then you stack the good frames into the final image. This is like a 20-second video. I mean, again, I'm pretty well impressed with what is coming out of this device, especially for lunar and solar. It's great. It's great for solar, especially for public outreach. Then it has the ability to do a digital zoom, 2x or 4x digital zoom. You can see it's starting to get a little bit grainy, but this just kind of magnifies that turbulence that we're always dealing with, that we're trying to get around. And then there's just another one along the Terminator. So you can see, I always like taking pictures of the moon along the Terminator, because you can see to the left, you can see this one crater where the rim of the crater is highlighted by the sun hitting the tops of that crater, whereas everything else is just, you can't see. You can see little mountain peaks kind of popping out. So the Terminator is always really good to image, because you see what's in the dark, the mountaintops or the rims of craters that are just starting to pop up into the sunlight. I'm just about out of time, so I'll save a little bit of time here for any questions. But we're just getting into this. This is generation 1 of these type of devices, electronic assisted astrophotography. Not that expensive, easy to use, accessible, portable. I'm anxious to see what happens in the next couple of generations, to see, if they added a better sensor to this, enabled equatorial mode, you're going to start really getting some really good images. The other thing you can do with this is science. You can do real science with this. This is a perfect aperture and focal length to do exoplanet detection. One of the things that I used to do, I need to do it again because I've been wanting to get back into it, is you can actually detect exoplanet transit. So you've got a planet around another star someplace. That data do photometric analysis, and you can plot out the dip in the light curve as the planet is transiting. That's easy. You can do that with this. You can do exoplanet detection. Yesterday they were talking about the asteroid. It's the same process. It's the exact same process. Variable star processing, asteroid, capturing the rotation and the changes in the light curve. Same thing with exoplanet detection as a planet's transiting in front of its host star. The other thing that people are kind of stretching the API here, I could set this up outside. the potential is for me and 50 other people around the country, or even around the world, probably around the country better, all pointing to the same target. And you've got some person, that's kind of like has the master server up and running that these all connect to, and they're all being controlled, pointing at the same object, taking the images, consolidating all those images into a consolidated data set. So being able to do things like that are going to start happening with these. You could say, hey, tonight we're gonna do M31. Who wants to join in? And you get 100 people with Seestars all pointing at M100 or M31, and there's some master controller that's controlling them all and consolidating all that data. You can do that today if you take a little bit of effort, but it's going to be more and more of that kind of stuff happening as well. Anybody have any questions? Yes.
I have two. Does it have a temperature range? How hot, how cold?
Well, Bill said that it has a high temperature of 140. That's why they were putting the gold film on them during the eclipse. I think I just look at the documentation, but it's probably, I would say it's somewhere around 0 degrees Fahrenheit is probably the low end, but I'm sure it would go lower than that.
Where do you turn off the light pollution filter at?
When you're taking the images, there's a little icon on the right that you sit there and I can't remember if it says light pollution or LP or filter. I think it just says filter. I think it just says filter, and you just click it to make sure it's not green.
It just says filter and it's green.
Yeah.
There are actually several filters that are built into this. Did go into it, you have the UVIR, there's also a dual band, and then they put a black filter in, so that's how it takes its calibration frames. But with those, it makes the decision which filter it recommends. So if you're looking in your targets, best to 9 even, it'll have that little green circle. That means it's recommending a filter use. You can go in and manually turn that off or leave it off. So, good questions.
Yes.
You had troubles at the zenith because of star rotation stuff.
Yes.
You showed that picture that had the three snapshots and stacked them together and it started to fail. Yes. You turn off the stacking and save it off and then maybe do it offline, or can you do that?
I don't know, because it kept taking what confused me about that. The question was, I was showing him 27 earlier, which was near the zenith overhead, and the tracking got messed up. I didn't realize it was still taking images, but it didn't save any of them. Because I think it got into a fault state because it wasn't tracking. I didn't know that. I missed it that it stopped tracking. And so it
The
just
problem
kind of,
wasn't stop tracking, not necessarily it was having a problem stacking.
yeah, it couldn't track. I think that's what the problem is. And it just kind of gave up. And it still was telling me that it was taking images, but it wasn't.
So the tracking is software that's not really just doing automatic tracking. It's actually taking pictures and deciding how much more it needs to move. It's based on the optics and not necessarily just the motorized functions.
It may be doing, I don't know if it's doing live frame solving and actually doing that. So it's getting an image and seeing what the previous one was and trying to do frame solve.
Right.
And I think maybe it was trying to stack, but the rotation was too much and it just gave up. I think this has like a Raspberry Pi type processor, so it's not overly powerful as far as its ability to do complex computational stuff while it's trying to take images. Yes.
So Brad, I heard whichever you're going to talk about things. So what I'm hearing you say that this is a yes in your mind.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of debate out there about whether this is a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think it's a good thing because it makes it accessible. You know, like I mentioned, I bought this for my wife. You know, if she wants to come out and do some of the stuff, it'll be a lot easier for her instead of going through the learning curve of doing something like this over here. You get something. I mean, it's something new. You know, it's gonna get better. You're not looking through an eyepiece. You know, that's one hurdle that people maybe don't want to go over. But that's fine. You know, it's just another way. It's another avenue to be able to do astrophotography. So I'm a solid yes on these devices. Yes.
So the sensor's small. So let's say you wanted to do something like the North American net, and so you're going to get a portion of that. Is there anything in the software now that allows you to do, I forget what they call it, where you can set up
Mosaic?
Yeah, like mosaic.
That's coming.
So ZWO has announced that they're working on a mosaic feature. There are methods now to, like we were showing there, you can put in coordinates. So you can plan separate sessions and take all those frames. Externally, there are methods to combine those into a mosaic. So you can get a wider field. It's a more of a manual process right now. We're working on it. My guess is that will be a feature of the. It's rumored that there's going to be 2 editions going forward. There will be this entry level, then there's going to be a pro version of the ZWO Seestar. If they follow through with that, my intuition says that the pro version will have not only that, but maybe a little bigger optics, a little different sensor in the back, going forward. We just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, you saw the Pelican that I had up there earlier, so you can see it would be a several pane mosaic to get the North American in there with this sensor, because it's just a little tiny sensor. Yes.
If you're interested in accessories for your Seestar, you can go to Etsy, ETSY, and they have things where you can get a filter, or you can add additional filters. You can get a background mask that additional cap to go over, because this does not have a cap.
Yeah.
But you can buy some accessories at Etsy.
So go out to Etsy to get some accessories, and the back-off mask would be a good one. I'm gonna go out there and take a look at that.
And then they can go on the front if you want to add like an additional filter. Filter board is in control. It's just put it CWO Seestar once.
Same thing with eBay.
Yeah. People.
Just out of curiosity, how many people have a Seestar? See?
Great devices. So since they've opened it up to the masses, people are developing a lot of things for these. I've seen solar scope finders for them. I've seen everything is available now. So a lot of excitement and future for these type of devices. I do have an example of a router that we talked about. If you need one to extend, you know, this is it's got 3 Ethernet ports, a USB, dual antenna for 2.4 gig as well as 5 gig, and you can use it in station mode with something like this that you can put up somewhere outside near the scope. So just as an option.
Who makes that?
We're about a couple minutes to our next Zoom call, so I have time for one more question. Anybody's got one?
What's the brand on that ground?
Oh, who makes this? This is GL-INET. And this is actually the Slate model. That's what it's all.
One more question, yes.
You said it's got a built-in battery, like the heater, brings it down. Will it still operate with an external power tank hooked to it?
Yeah, it's 5 volt,
Like a
regular wall plug input. So the battery still may drain, but you might be able to extend the life with the dew heater on.
I run mine with a 65 watt battery.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, just USB-C connection.
Any battery tank will work. It can be a full-fledged size over there, or you can buy one of these little portable ones on Amazon, or something you carry with cell phone. Just plug your USB-C in it, you run all night plus off of one of these.
there's no anti-photograph feature, so you gotta.
Okay, thanks for that, folks. We're gonna wrap up and get ready for our next Zoom call. So about a minute or two, if you need a quick break. Other than that, come back at the top of the hour.
Thanks, Brad.
Thank you,
I'll just real quick, the one thing that I did not go over is sometimes it'll ask to be calibrated for compass, so you basically just spin around and get its compass, and it has a built-in level that you can bring up. It's got the little bubbles, and you can adjust your legs to make sure it's level.
The level needs to be checked every time you set up. The compass calibration, you can go a long time unless you're a long distance.
Or change locations.
Long distance.
Yeah, change locations.
Yeah, you got magnetic deviation.
Yeah, keep everybody with a couple
Okay, for our next presentation, we have Charles Bracken. Charles is the author of several books on astrophotography, including the Deep Sky Imaging Primer the Astrophotography Sky Atlas, the Astrophotography Planner, and most recently co-author of The Visible Universe. He's been imaging for 15 years, mostly from the greater Philadelphia area, where he focuses on narrowband imaging. He has lectured on astrophotography at many venues globally and enjoys helping people get the best out of their equipment and locations. He grew up here in West Virginia in Fayette County, and he currently lives in Bucks County, Pennsylvania with his family. So join me in welcoming Charles Pratt.
Sorry that I can't be there. I think next year this is definitely a destination I'd like to get to in person, but I'm happy that I was able to present to you remotely. So today is kind of just a tour of these sky objects, and so we're going to try to learn a few things along the way, but I've titled it Fantastic Deep Sky Objects and where to find them. This beautiful object that you see on the screen here, this is Brand 56. This is a nebula in the southern hemisphere that I imaged with a remote telescope in Chile. But just one of those obscure but absolutely beautiful objects that are out there. Next slide here, we'll get it to advance. So yeah, so I've been imaging since about 2008. I live in Bucks County right now, but I grew up in Fayette County, West Virginia, on Route 60. So a few hours from where you guys are now. And I saw that you're here at Blackwater Falls. Actually, I have an uncle who used to ride the motorcycle, the BMX motorcycle race there every year. So beautiful area. Hope you guys are having a great time. I like to start out by showing people a little bit about how astrophotography has progressed. So the same object as image from 1895 by E. Bernard and from my own backyard a couple of years ago, right? So you can obviously see the progression is huge. You would expect that from the 19th century to the 21st century, right? But the image that inspired me as a little kid was this image by David Mayo on the cover of National Geographic back in 1983. And I thought that was just the most beautiful thing ever. David Mayo was a pioneer in color astrophotography back in the film days. But we had a huge revolution in equipment when we switched from film to electronic sensors. So film basically wastes 97 or 98% of all the photons that strike the film. So only about 1 to 3% of the photons that even struck film will be registered by the chemical emulsion. Whereas the CCD or CMOS cameras that we use today can capture about 90% of all the photons. So that allows us to see much deeper objects with much shorter exposure times. Meaning the amateur today, with relatively modest equipment, can take images that are better than the best observatories on Earth 20 or 30 years ago even. So this is why the hobby's become so popular. You can do amazing things that used to be almost impossible. And that's one of the things I love about it. So today, just a few topics we're going to cover. I'm going to talk about a few things about deep sky catalogs. I'll show you what I call Charlie's taxonomy of deep sky objects. So I want to answer the question, when you're looking at an astrophoto, what exactly are you looking at? How big is it? How far away is it? What's it made of? We'll go into a little bit of detail, just the basics of what time of year you can see these things, where they are in the sky. But primarily, one thing I've learned is, I do a lot of advanced lectures in the details of image processing or image acquisition, but for a general audience or mixed audience, and frankly, even an audience of advanced imagers, one thing I've learned is always show lots of pretty pictures. So we're going to make sure we've got lots of pictures. Every picture in this presentation, at least every astrophoto, was taken by me, either by myself or in collaboration with one of the people that I work with to gather data and process images, and I've noted those on all the slides. So everything here, none of this is professional. This This is all just an example of what you can do yourself as an amateur. So the first thing I'll say is, you might be familiar with the Messier catalog, the M objects, the most famous deep sky objects of all, but I always tell people it's an interesting starting point, but it's not the best catalog to look to for astrophotography targets. And that's only fair. Listen, Sean Messier was several hundred years ago working with a very small telescope. He was just trying to mark places where there was something in the sky that he might mistake for a comet, because that's really what he was looking for. He wasn't looking for pretty objects. And through his telescopes, and through those telescopes, deep sky objects, when you look at them through the eyepiece, just look like a faint fuzzy, right? Might not be nearly as aggressive as they would be in an image. So the great example of that, the lowliest of all the objects in the Messier catalog, that infamous M40, it's a double star. That's it. That's all there is to M40. What's interesting is you can see in a picture of M40 that I've taken here, there you can even see some background galaxies now. Now, of course, Sean Messier could not see those, but there are other interesting objects right there in the background. And this wasn't Messier's fault. He was actually picking this object up from the Delius catalog that quite a while before this. It was really just a function of the equipment or lack of equipment that they were working with at the time that this even got noticed, and Messier knew that it was not a great object. That said, Messier did also catalog M73, which I like to think of as the second least interesting object in his catalog. And some recent papers have discovered it's 4 stars, but they're not even in the same space. The most distant stars are twice as far away as the closer stars. It's just a chance optical alignment. So when you look at a star chart, you see the Messier objects. There are obviously some marquee objects, but a lot of them are not great. There's also the Caldwell catalog. So, and yes, and just to give Messier some credit, like I said, he was working with some very primitive, by today's standards, equipment, very difficult to use, very difficult to hold steady, very narrow field of view, all of those things. So it's actually incredibly impressive that he was able to do what he did. There's another catalog you might have heard of, the Caldwell catalog. This is by Sir Patrick Caldwell Moore. And it's really just it was just a list of objects. It's not really a catalog. There's no new discoveries. But again, this was a list of interesting objects. They were primarily objects that were interesting from the eyepiece. And the human eye at the eyepiece is not nearly as sensitive as the cameras that we have today, which can reveal much, much more amazing things. And so that's why a lot of the objects you're going to see today, they're not in the Caldwell catalog, they're not in the Messier catalog, they're in obscure catalogs because they're only easily revealed through electronic astrophotography. And this is an example of one of the lesser objects in the Caldwell catalog. This is Caldwell 89. It's also NGC 6087. It's an open cluster. It's fine, but that probably looks really nice at the eyepiece. Maybe less visually interesting in a photo. So, just looking at these catalogs, it gives us a chance to talk about what kind of objects might be interesting. So I took both these catalogs and I said, what kind of objects are in them? What do they compose of? And I'll say that in general, elliptical galaxies, as we'll see, are not particularly interesting. Globular clusters, they're okay. Open clusters, they're okay. But the things that we look at the most in astrophotography and to be beautiful, reflection nebulae, emission nebulae, even dark nebulae, they're woefully underrepresented because they're so faint. So you don't see a lot of those in the Messier catalog. You don't see a lot of them also in the Caldwell catalog. And before we jump into the taxonomy and a whole bunch of hopefully much bigger pretty images, I just want to give you a sense of scale. So when you look at it, a deep image, it's almost impossible to get a sense of how zoomed in, so to speak, you are. So this is a picture of N31. This is the Andromeda Galaxy. It's huge in the night sky. I put the moon up there in the upper right for scale to give you a sense. it's not that most of the things that we're looking at are really tiny, which we can magnify them a lot. It's mostly that they're very, very faint. So the M31 Andromeda Galaxy spans about 3 degrees in the sky. It's enormous, but it's just very, very faint. It's the other deep sky objects, like M57, the Ring Nebula, which I've superimposed here. This is not where it actually is in the sky at all. I've taken the 2 images and I've put them at the same scale. That tiny little ring, that's the Ring Nebula. So these objects are wildly different in size, like in terms of the angular size they take up on the sky as we look at them. Which is also why I tell people, if you get into astrophotography, it's okay, you're going to need to buy multiple telescopes, right? You're going to need to have a long telescope to zoom in on small things like the Ring Nebula here, some wide angle stuff to look at objects like the Andromeda Galaxy. You're going to need a range of telescopes, which is something that set your significant up for early, that it's not just one telescope. You're going to need 4, 5, 6, who knows? It's what happens in this hobby. So I want to talk a little bit about when you're looking at an astrophoto, what exactly are you looking at? So I try to create a taxonomy. I call this like Charlie's taxonomy of deep sky objects, to give you a sense of how these things break down and where they might be. So at the highest level, the things that we're looking at, we can think of them as 2 big groups. There's things that are made of stars, and there's things that are made of gas and dust between the stars. That's the interstellar medium. If we go one level deeper, the things made of stars are galaxies and star clusters. So galaxies, you're looking at the order of hundreds of millions or a billion or more stars. Star clusters, you're looking at like 100,000, maybe up to 1 million stars. So these actually look quite different, and they're vastly different in scale, depending on just the sheer number of stars that forms together. The things made of gas and dust, we can think of that in 2 groups as well. So there's gas that has been ionized, and that's basically the same idea as like a neon sign, right? So you put neon gas in a tube, you energize it with electricity, and it glows. Something similar happens in space, where UV light can provide that energy and cause gas to glow. So those are ionized gases. And then we have gas that's illuminated. Sometimes that's dust, sometimes it's gas. It's usually a mixture of both. It's just simply being illuminated by a star. So that's the second level of the hierarchy. Now let's get into what the actual objects are. And we're going to go through each of these. I'm going to show examples of all of them so you get a sense of what they all look like. So galaxies, you see we've got a few different types there. Star clusters, globular and open. Ionized gases, we've got basically stars that are exploding in some way versus gas is just being ionized. It's just kind of sitting there. And then on the right, we've got 3 categories of illuminated gas and dust, and we'll go into all of those as well. But one big thing I wanted to underscore is that everything in the box here, everything but galaxies, these are all objects that are within our galaxy. So when we look at most deep sky objects, if it's not a galaxy, it's almost certainly in or in orbit around our own galaxy. These are things that are closer to us in a way. Now, this is relatively speaking, this is in astronomical terms, they're closer. They're not close at all, obviously, but they're still within our galaxy. Galaxies, when you see another galaxy, it is orders of magnitude further away. So that has implications for where these things are in the sky. So if you map, so this is a map of the entire night sky, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, everything. That U-shaped band is the plane of our own galaxies. When you look up at the night sky and you see the Milky Way, you're lucky enough to be in a place where it's dark enough to see it. That's what you see here. It's shaped like this, but just because of this inherent distortion of a map. When you look at it in the night sky, it's clearly a straight band. That is you looking out from the plane of our galaxy. I've mapped on here where stationary, planetary, reflection and star clusters are. And you can see that they very closely follow, the vast majority follow along that band of the Milky Way. That makes sense. They are within our own galaxy. And in fact, I took an image that's a big part of the visible universe, but a couple of years ago, in collaboration with Max Whitney, we actually, instead of just mapping it, we actually imaged the entire night sky. So this was a 2-year project with 153 panels put together in one mosaic, and then showed in a map format to see the entire night sky. And this is a 1.1 gigapixel image. We had scopes in Chile, in Spain, the US, and the UK taking pictures over a 2-year period to pull this together. But you can again see, especially since I added the H-alpha data here, which shows ionized hydrogen, basically revealing the nebulae, you can see the plane of the Milky Way, and you can see all those nebulae nicely lined up with the plane of the Milky Way. The bright things on the bottom right, those are the Magellanic Clouds in the southern hemisphere. Those are dwarf galaxies that are in orbit around our own galaxy. Now, when we see galaxies in astrophotography, we're looking at objects that are much further away and much bigger. So orders of magnitude further away and orders of magnitude larger in actual size. And if we plot where all the galaxies are, they tend to line up where our own galaxy is not. And that's because the gas and dust of our own galaxy blocks our view of galaxies that are further away. So there are probably a lot of galaxies, at least in visible light, that we cannot see because when we turn back toward the center of our own galaxy and look that direction, we see all the nebulae and stars of our own galaxy, but there's gas and dust that are blocking our view of any galaxies that are in the distance behind, at least in visible light. So we, astrophotographers and amateur astronomers in general, refer to spring as galaxy season. And here I've plotted all the galaxies that are larger than 5 arc minutes, and you can see they all cluster right where our own galaxy is not. And that's because in the spring, that's the time when the night sky, so it's when the Earth's part of our orbit around the sun positions the Earth such that the night sky is looking away from the center of the Milky Way. So that is spring, and that is why spring is when we are able to see a lot of galaxies, and that's known as galaxy season. So let's dive in. I'm going to show some images. These are all just taken by me or in collaboration with friends. We're going to start with galaxies. So we've seen M31. This is one of the first galaxies, and it's the biggest one as far as like its angular size in the sky. It's one everybody should get out an image when they can, or I image almost every year. This is M51. This is another amazing galaxy. It's a good bit smaller, but it's got amazing details. And you can see that it's actually 2 galaxies that are in the process of colliding, right? You can see there's a big galaxy in the lower right there. There's a smaller galaxy that's kind of being absorbed and disrupted. The interesting thing about galaxy mergers like this, or these collisions, is that because galaxies they're composed of stars, but the stars there's a lot of space between stars. So even though there's about 1 billion stars in each of these galaxies, they'll pass through each other, and no stars will ever collide. So there's just that much empty space in space that even though we have 2 galaxies with 1 billion stars each essentially colliding gravitationally, the stars don't actually collide. They pass right past each other. And this unfolds, of course, over billions of years. This is the Triangulum Galaxy, M33, another spiral galaxy in space. We kind of see this one almost face on. This has a lot of nebulae within it. So all those little reddish orange patches in it, those are nebulae within that galaxy. So their night sky must look amazing. Those are areas of star formation. And you can see that the nebulae from here in this galaxy. Some galaxies we can only see edge on. So here's 2 examples. And we know they're a disk. We're just looking at the edge on. And the neat thing you see there is you can see these neat dust lines, especially with the NGC 891 in the lower right. So you can see the dust. And I mentioned it, like Then when you look back toward our galaxy, there's a lot of dust in it that prevents us from seeing objects behind our galaxy. You can actually see that here in other galaxies. That line of dust creates a dark split almost in the middle of the galaxy. Sometimes galaxies come in groups. Like here, this is the Draco trio. And I wanted to include this image because it's the only one I have in this presentation that shows an elliptical galaxy. So most galaxies actually are elliptical, like the one in the center. Elliptical galaxies don't really have much form. They just look like a fuzzball. So there's not a lot of structure. There's no clear arms. There's no spiral. It's just sort of a big ball of stars that doesn't have much shape. Most galaxies actually are like this. From an astrophotography point of view, they're not the prettiest targets. They're not usually the ones that you're going to seek out in the night sky, but they are kind of everywhere. Yeah, unusual irregular galaxies, these are usually formed because two galaxies are in the process of colliding or have collided in the past, and that sort of distorts them. So these two galaxies have passed through each other in the past, it seems, and as a part of that interaction, part of the one galaxy's stars have been sort of ripped off and are trailing off behind it. There's a famous group called the whale and the hockey stick, right? So you have the whale on the left and the hockey stick on the right. This is another pair of interacting galaxies. These are known as the antennae. These two galaxies are really in the process of sort of, they're colliding and they're sort of almost coming back around on each other. And you can see as they pass through each other, they're called tidal streams of stars that basically get stripped out of the galaxy as a result of them sort of passing through each other. And then one interesting thing you find is if you have really dark skies and start taking pictures, you find galaxies kind of everywhere you look. So here, the obvious target of this image, I was taking a picture of IC5201, very pretty spiral galaxy there, but in the same image, you can see a group of galaxies. It's a very obscure ESO 289-9, and a bunch of other galaxies there as a group. And you can even tell, you can get a sense of distance here, right? So the IC5201 is a little closer, ESO 289-9 further in the background. And then if you look even further into the distance, there's a cluster of about 100 galaxies back there. So the universe is actually really filled with galaxies, and that's kind of amazing because they're typically about the same size as our galaxy, which means that's about 1 billion stars or more, billions of stars actually. And there's billions of the galaxies. So it's absolutely crazy that there are that many out there. And it gives you a sense of how amazingly large the universe is. And all you have to do is the small telescope and dark skies. Okay, we'll work our way through the taxonomy here. These are star clusters. So I always like to show this to even advanced imagers and say, can anybody name this cluster? And of course, it's unlikely anybody would be able to name it. This is in 55. But the point is that globular clusters, they're neat, but they kind of all look pretty similar. So there's 50 or 100 really nice ones out there, but they do kind of look all the same, with slight variations, of course. So sometimes they have foreground stars, the other galaxy in the area or something like that. But for the most part, globular clusters look like this. And you're looking at around 100,000 to 1 million or so stars usually for most average globular clusters. This is an open cluster. I think these are far less interesting from an imaging perspective. When taking pretty pictures, they look much nicer through the eyepiece. I think they're quite nice that way. But from an imaging perspective, they don't make much from a pretty picture. This is M39. Sometimes when you get lucky and you have two open clusters like this, you can see M35 in the foreground, it's closer to us. NGC 2158, that cluster is further away in the background. And this is just by chance the two are aligned from our point of view to look like this, but makes that make for a much more interesting image. Now let's get on to my favorite category, ionized gases, right? So this is where you have, well, in this case, red is ionized hydrogen, which is the most common element in the universe. And you have a star that is hot enough that it's emitting ultraviolet light. It actually strips the electrons off the hydrogen. And then when those electrons recombine later, the hydrogen gas flows. So kind of the universe is, inside galaxies at least, filled with hydrogen. And wherever you have a hot ultraviolet star, it can cause the gas around it to glow. And that's what you're seeing here. This one's called the Boogeyman Nebula. This is Orion. This is a beautiful image. See a lot of pictures of this around Halloween. I'm sure I see the Boogeyman necessarily, but it's still a beautiful object. And you can see the dark patches. That's dust. So you've got hydrogen gas and you've got dust in there as well. And that dust is blocking your view, making that darkness that you see. There's a lot of images like this of emission nebulae. And these are what we call mapped color images. So whenever you see this like gold, gold usually, or sometimes you see blue and green, this is where we map the colors. So these are not necessarily the actual colors that this object would be, but we mapped different gases. The three gases we typically look at are hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. These elements are commonly ionized in nebulae, and we have special filters that we can take the data from each filter and map it to a different color and create an image like this. So these aren't necessarily the colors that you would see, but each color does represent a different kind of gas. So it's not like it's painted or made up or anything, but it's not necessarily the natural color, so we call them mapped color images. And here's an example of that, right? So this is Sharpless 284. This is in the southern hemisphere, but what I did was show the mapped color image on the right, and then I showed inverted versions of each of the individual color filter images on the left, just so you get a sense of what those look like, and then we synthesize that into the color image that you see. This is a beautiful another southern hemisphere object, RCW85. Right, we're getting to very obscure catalogs now. There are tons of beautiful objects, especially in the southern hemisphere, in these lesser known catalogs. One that you might have imaged yourself, if you're an image of the Seestar Nebula, it's a little bit far south to image for those of us in the United States, but you can still capture it in the winter. This one really does, I always think, look like a seagull. And I think it's very cool that in the center there you can see this star, and it's got this arc above it, right there, just to the right and below center on the image. And that's a bow shock, right? So where the gas from the galaxy from the explosion is expanding outward into interstellar space and creating this bow shock as that star moves through the space. Sharpless 132. This is referred to as the Lion Nebula sometimes. I think you kind of see a lion or maybe just a friendly dog with a tail there on the right. We tend to see different everyday objects in clouds, and that includes clouds in space. The effect is called pareidolia. And then that leads to all these casual names, common names for different objects. This is a big project I did a couple of summers ago. This is the heart of the Cygnus constellation. So I took narrowband images for the whole summer and combined them into a 20-panel mosaic. This is the famous North American Nebula all the way down to the Crescent Nebula in the lower right. But just to give you a sense that space in our galaxy is filled with these gases. All right, now let's go to stars that are exploding. So we're grouping these into two categories. Sometimes stars explode spectacularly, and sometimes they just sort of pop off the outer layer of their atmosphere in a way. So that's what this first category is. So here's the Ring Nebula, and you can see this is a regular image of it on the left, and then a narrowband image on the right. You can actually see there's an outer shell. If you take a deep image with a hydrogen alpha filter, you can reveal this extra rose-shaped outer shell. You can see how it's interacting with the interstellar medium around it. The Helix Nebula, more in the southern hemisphere, absolutely beautiful. Regular, actual natural color on the left, matte color on the right. They're actually not too different. Sharpless 216, this is either closest or second closest, I believe, planetary nebula to us. This is very old. You can see that sort of a star's outer atmosphere has exploded, and it's just diffused for hundreds of thousands of years through space, and it becomes more and more diffuse as it does that. So you can sort of get a sense of that oldness. This is an ancient planetary nebula. Right, now let's go to WVAA stars. So there's a different type of, sort of like a planetary nebula, but this is the prettiest objects in the night sky like this. This is known as the Dolphin Nebula. Looks like a dolphin's head, I think. WVAA 134, that's on the far left here. I saw that some people, submitted your Facebook page, a fantastic image of this. You guys posted on your Facebook page, very well done. It's a very, very faint object. The Tulip Nebula is on the right, is a different kind of object. Probably the prettiest one, in my opinion, the Crescent Nebula. So this is the Crescent Nebula in hydrogen and oxygen. Looks like a brain, I think, but you can see the blue is hydrogen, or sorry, the blue is oxygen, the red is hydrogen. And you can see the blue gas is diffused through space in a more like an outer shell, and the hydrogen is much more complex and on the inside. It's a very, very pretty object. RCW58, that's the object in the upper right. That's combined in the same field of view with a dark nebula, right? So on the lower left, that's not an absence of stars. That is a cloud of dust that's simply blocking our view of the stars behind it. We'll show more of those in a minute. But first, we want to talk about supernova remnants. These are stars that were really exploded. Like these are just where the guts of the stars just been scattered all over the place, and they kind of look like that, right? So one of the greatest and easiest images is the Cygnus moon. That's in perfect position right now, right overhead midnight this time of year. And this is a hydrogen and oxygen image of that. Very, very bright. You can see it through the eyepiece. Not quite like this, obviously. On the much dimmer side and even larger side, this is a supernova remnant, also in Cygnus. This is a multi-panel mosaic. This is something like 60 or 70 hours of exposure. It's very, very faint. It has the wonderful name of G65.3 plus 5.7. Not exactly easy to roll off the tongue, but a huge and very pretty. Some people call it the Carlo Nebula. I like that name for it. But very faint. This is everything is here to remnant of one star just exploded. Spaghetti Nebula, Sinise 147, another very faint but very, very pretty, interesting structure. CTB1 is a radio object that was discovered with a radio telescope and then subsequently found to have this visible light shell that you can see, also referred to as the Garlic Nebula. We have competing names for that. Two supernova remnants in one area here, Sharpless 223 and 224. All right, now let's get to the reflection nebula, and I think these are potentially the hardest to image because you can't use narrowband filters. One thing I didn't mention before is that those narrowband filters can help you overcome light polluted skies very easily, right? So I have very light polluted skies here, about an hour north of Philadelphia, but I can still image narrowband objects very well. Where I struggle are broadband objects like this. So these are objects where you've got gas and dust in space, and it's just the glow of a star is just shining on that gas and dust and illuminating it. And this typically is going to require darker skies to image these objects. Except this object, Pleiades, it's bright enough that everybody can capture it. This is from my backyard. Absolutely stunning. Another one that you have to just sort of image every year when it comes around. It just seems like it reveals new things all the time as you learn to process things better. Also from my backyard, but a much fainter object, this is Vandenberg 14 and 15. You can see the red is actually ionized hydrogen, the blue purple is a mix of that ionized hydrogen plus just a regular blue reflection nebula. So you've got a blue star shining its light onto the gas around it, sort of illuminating it in this nice blue color. The Iris Nebula, another famous object for the Northern Hemisphere observers. One of my favorites. Also difficult. This one, dark skies would give a better image than this. This is from my backyard. Also from my backyard, Cocoon Nebula. Sorry, the label at the bottom is wrong, but this is a Cocoon Nebula. This is another great example where you've got reflection nebula, emission nebula, and dark nebula all in one area of the sky. Here's a classic dark nebula. This is much harder to image. This is LBN 1251. This is known as the rotten fish nebula, which I can see that. But what you mostly see here is dust that is obscuring the light of the stars behind them, but also where the dust is a little less dense, sort of glowing from that light. And so you get this very difficult to image about dark skies, but a very nice effect. And you can see two galaxies in the background there, one at the upper right, that's a galaxy in the background, and one at the bottom center, that's another galaxy. Orders of magnitude further away, right? So this object might be, a couple thousand light years away, whereas those galaxies are probably several million light years away. So they just happen to be lined up in the sky in the same area. The reflection nebula is Vandenberg 31. Again, you can see we have all this dust and gas in space. Part of it is glowing, part of it's so dense that it's blocking the light behind it. So you sort of see these dust clouds responding different ways to the light around them. Same effect here. Same molecular cloud as the Bernice 149. This is a collaboration. This is the southern hemisphere. But you've got some of the where the dust is there, glowing with the blue light of the star there. But you can see that the much more denser part of the molecular cloud behind it, completely obscuring the light of the Milky Way. My favorite marine for the deep sky object is a dark nebula. This is in the southern hemisphere as well. This is the dark doodad. And it's great because you've got the dark doodad here, and then you've got a globular cluster right at its base. Again, different distances. The globular cluster is further away. But they line up nicely to make a spectacular image. The Seahorse Nebula, also a northern hemisphere object, just a beautiful dark nebula, very, very difficult to image just without dark skies. And I did it in my backyard here, it's a real struggle. The Dark Shark, another one, and again, you get this combination of glowing and gas, stars, usually a couple of galaxies like this big right here in the background, all in one nice area of the sky. These are cometary globules. This is a sort of a southern hemisphere phenomenon in the constellation Vela, but you've got these little tadpole-like objects that are little clouds of dense cold gas that are dark nebulae, but they form these particular shaped streaks. The Dark Tower, another southern hemisphere object. This again, you get the combination of some of the gas being ionized, some of it is being simply illuminated, some of it is obscuring the light behind it, all in one area, an absolutely beautiful area of the sky. This picture is just from a couple of months ago. And then the last and faintest type thing is where you have gas that's out in space, or dust that's out in space, and it's not even being illuminated by a single star, but just by the general glow of the Milky Way. This is called the Integrated Flux Nebula, or the Galactic Cirrus. Not generally spectacular to image, but it's incredibly faint, and one of the most difficult blue sky objects to image. There's a lot of it near the north and south celestial poles that people try to image. Okay, that was quite a tour. This is a reminder. Here's the taxonomy of blue sky objects that we looked at. So that concludes our tour of the night sky. I hope you found that interesting. I will say, I think there's a couple of, there's two of these posters, a couple of my books that are door prizes, I think, for this. If you don't win the door prize and you're interested in any of my books, learning about astrophotography or just looking at the pretty pictures, you can contact me at the email address there, geeks@gmail.com. My website, digitalstars.wordpress.com, and I would be happy to send you these books. I also do those PDFs, including the astrophotography plan as a custom PDF that I customize for your location. So if you go to digitalstars.wordpress, you can read more about that. But I think I managed to get this in about 5 minutes early. I know you guys have lunch to get to. I don't know if we're able to do questions, but I'm happy to take anybody's questions if you have them.
Thank you very much, Charles. We'll open up for any questions at this point. Okay, Charles, I think you did an excellent job. I guess I covered all the questions that people had. So we do have your website here. Thank you for that, for those that can contact you. And thank you very much for the donation of raffle prizes. So those are on our tables and tickets have been selling. So thank you very much again for accepting the invitation to be a speaker. And you have a very wonderful day, and maybe next year we can get you out. So.
Yeah, hopefully we can be in person next year. I hope you guys get some dark skies, but we're going to learn some lots. And take care. Have a wonderful weekend. Take care, guys.
Thank you very much, Charles. Okay, folks, we are just a couple minutes early, so if everyone can be back here, say in their seats about 5 to 1, we'll have our next speaker, and that will be Brent Maynard again, and he will be bringing us cereal processing. So, see everybody at 1. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Yes. Help Mike secure these prints up front to his card and gallery. Perfect. I got something for you, brother. Oh, cool. These little cards,
Yep, I know that one.
Fairly easy, and
Taking off now?
No,
we're just gonna
get
get before it rains.
before it rains.
And then Eric will grab those two and do the bill. I'll get one more for you. I'll put this one in.
So where are these going?
They're going to a gallery.
No, I mean, which gallery?
More Roberts.
What is it?
More Roberts.
Oh, your card.
So then I took you through.
I don't know what you're doing for lunch, but I think we're doing smokehouse.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's still, oh, it's still on. Rib bunch.
Got all the
But it slips on. Those are just locks. They're just hard, real hard metal. Steel. They just go down that. That's all. This last I meant to ask too, about, some of these have levels on it.
Yeah.
And I was talking to
Well, they.
Since I have Amazon. Do you have any future thing that I've got a heavy tripod.
Oh, that's your thing.
These things, generation 2,
We can go get some options. So I'm just doing coffee and snacks today.
Yeah.
I've been up since 5 a.m. so I'm driving.
I got you. Did a great job.
I think that's why you call us. Yeah, I think that's why you call us. You want some equipment, you know?
I mean, some of our, even the KBS stuff, we have this almost a couple of years. I mean,
Next year, we can do a good church.
It's shot.
Quick bite, time here to see what he wants.
see what kind of stuff I want to get.
Yeah, there's wait. Hey, how you doing, sir? I'm pretty good. Good.
The attack like Katie did last night.
That's it. No, it's not. A bunch of tickets.
That was beautiful. I don't know if it was the same evening. It looks very similar. It looks at all. It was beautiful. It was almost back to it. Amazing.
Yeah, we're having an exhibit at Boonesboro, Gifts in Boonesboro. So I don't know how close are you from there? Yeah, near Hagerstown.
Oh, we're in Charleston.
Oh, so you're way down there, yeah. Okay.
I was just curious if it was somewhere here.
No, not anywhere local.
Okay. Huh? Okay. Okay. No, I just want to.
super dark sky.
Yeah, it's glass. I'll still tell them, it's gonna be difficult. The city of Morgantown talked about it. Listen to this,
Well, we're hoping here. We've already talked to them.
Yeah, just have a thing called bubble ball. That you put on top of it, but around. Slide like.
Storage is over there in your house. Little like lights around on the side, showers.
Yeah,
And so the lights are something. People out here.
I have one. Yeah, we do landlords in my campus, and they put it in 2 bars, and they put those LED blocks. They shine us right out, and out in the church, they do the same thing. I'm gonna, once the busy season of farming and stuff, see if I can, I'll build it. I'll go on the wall. I just don't want one of them to get shot right around my house. And it's horrible. It's like laser when you're walking down a dark hallway and it pops through the kitchen window. Yeah. And it blinds you, it focuses everything.
Not that sharp. It's just the. More. Whereas all kind of graduates, whereas those is kind of shooting straight. Some of them has all. And that's what I hate. I hate those LED lights in cars. Oh my gosh. And they're blinding.
In Europe, they have a different bulb, and we just have in the United States. They have a bulb that some of them tractor, it has a downward shot instead of coming up, and it's, I don't know what it does, but they say it's much easier to see on those, even though they're bright. They're down, and they don't come right up in your eyes.
Well, there's some, especially in some of them are flat. Some of the car and the arm. I mean, it's direct.
And those F-250 pickup trucks with their lamps side off the ground.
Where it's exact thing here. And they want the all lights on, and sometimes they'll have a light bar. One person in Morgantown has really bright white lights that sit in his suspension and everything like that, where it's like, there's a great thing is ticket. Typical, you know, how it's under-carried, we drive our own cheesy cars. You did, you got it.
Where's Jeff off to the sheriff? See, traveling? We're gonna be here. Oh, yeah. Good morning. You have a new grant? You're not gonna be here, you spell that. You're going to almost 7.
I only have like 4 strips on
Where you have all, is it really spinning and it's slowly deep, and it's like right. You say you put your word over next time, you'll say, wait, that, like that. I just looked at that yesterday. Oh, maybe it's on here. Yeah, he had. Oh,
And over there, you go, what's going on? This is where we're targeting, so watching weather, it looks like it's going down, about 300 miles, whatever. We had that off. It'll be, which will be cooler. Yeah. Well, it's still warm, but, we'll be there during the evening. And, got the whole sun out. Because, I've not gotten a good, when I've been down, it's like, out winter. I mean, they get better. I want to get some, I like to be able to look up. No, we're taking it outside. He sees that stairs, that's right. He sees. Down there, it's that stairs. So you get the core. The whole core is in the air. And so that's what I like to, this is what wide building, you know, I like to get all this. That would be good. And you can do this in that. See, yeah. All of this.
Trouble that she sent that.
What's he calling? He said at the beginning, well, he's visiting family in Buxton. That's all.
He's famous enough, I bet she's got a Wikipedia page. I'm here today. We'll be checking flights. Alright.
We gotta see if they want to grab lunch here in the restaurant too.
Maybe not. Yeah, he did say that. What, like Webster County or something like that. But I don't know where it was.
Yeah, he images primarily, he images primarily in the Wheels Center.
Where?
The Wheels Center, outside.
The Wheels.
Philadelphia. This is outside. They have an interesting little bastard. But their hours are like really weird, like really free.
I ran into one in, hunting with the place to go for the eclipse.
Oh, yeah.
We were in Louisville where my daughter lives.
Mm-hmm.
And, I was just looking online, so there was a photography store, and things like that around. And this guy has a rock shop and telescopes, which was a kind of an interesting combination of things. But he had mainly used stuff, he was buying stuff from people. He had old teleview things and
nice.
He had kind of brass, what was that, like a 70 millimeter or something. The teleview had it years back. I don't remember what it was called, the name for it. But it had all kinds of different stuff in it and shop. He didn't, I don't know, he knew a whole lot.
If he knew what he had,
stuff.
he just collected it. I tell you, we just went to Harper's Ferry, and I think my wife forgot to bring it. She was so jazzed about this. There was this little place that they sold it. They had a lot of cane swords and stuff. And she came across a little spikes of cane. Pull it up, flip it out, take the protective cover off, and pull it back out.
He had a monopod.
He had a monopod. little beeper.
Wow.
I was like, this thing is freaking cool. See, I don't need this. Because I already have this. I don't need this.
You charge.
So, you can autofocus or.
Yeah, everybody autofocus, you got a Seestar, right? What's that? You don't need autofocus if you have a Seestar.
I was interested, how many of these are?
Oh, that was amazing! Yeah. But your 20 hand went up.
Yeah, I think it's great. That's a new course like that. I'm going to sure.
That's just pure stuff there.
Well, yeah. They become a conversation.
What did they add to the door 3?
I think it's a little bit bigger sensor.
Okay.
A lot, you can use a lot of old concert.
And, it's the biggest, it's got 30 millimeter. Same thing, you get, kind of get, okay, come on, you get us 60 million on the Seestar 2, get us a 60. That's something.
You go 60 on that, that's what some of these guys are using for their main scope now. Yeah. CWS stuff.
All the break actual, just break out if you want. Yes. Pleiades has a 68, so under 70.
I bet the Wing Optics, GT71, it's a nice thing.
That was a finder scope 10 years ago.
A small fine boat is better than a dragon.
If they put a, some kind of, it doesn't have to be a 24 mechanism, so we can put 12 mechanisms. Give you some more footprint. Waterfalls and you know, raise the price of our products. We'll sell those copies.
One of my guys I was shooting birds and stuff with around, he has the Olympus OM system now, the Micro Four Thirds, and it has like a, yeah, that's a small sensor, and it's amazing what that little thing does. I mean, it just blew me away when we were out there shooting one day.
I think this is like I think it's like a third, between third and a half inch. So it's just a little tiny. They can do it like even a fourth or something. A little bigger than you want to do.
The pixels are a little bigger.
And give you, yeah, a little bit more pixels. What's to do? Micro. 1.9. That's one thing I like about the, I got the Canon RP. It's a 24 megapixel. Cool. Yeah. So, yeah, you can make cameras in 60 megapixels, 50 megapixels. For people shooting outside.
Did you just turn the blowers off?
I shut the AC off.
Thank you. There were some frozen people in here a little bit ago.
I saw people putting coats on.
Yeah. I went down to the restroom just to stand in the warm, the heaters would come off.
They're all shut off now. Might be on in the hallway, but in this room.
That'll help. And plus it takes the noise down a little too.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Take this out to the car, I'm gonna sit down.
And you got,
I'm 1 o'clock cereal.
oh yeah. And you're using that, and you can run Serial, which is free, and do processing on the FIT, is that what you use?
Yeah, the fits image, because it'll save the fits image value.
Okay.
And
That may be a package on,
and
and
then
look into this shit.
cereal, I just look, I would.
Yeah, that's why, I may get a couple of these for my kids, send them out,
Oh, yeah.
because they can play with them now.
Or they're on set.
Yeah.
They blow across for free. Yeah.
It's amazing.
That's less of a camera. I paid twice that for a lens.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and the options, I'm happy with the options. I'm never allowed to be chromatic aberrations or something. It started fine.
Yeah, I probably have my son sell I have a 10-inch f6 Dobsonian sitting in his garage out there. He has trouble finding things with, it's not electronic. And I said, oh, I may just have him sell that, and whatever money he gets from that, and I'll send him one of these things for Christmas. Then they can go out in their backyard and take pictures. I mean, they're Colorado Springs. They can drive 20 minutes and they're in their garden in the Dodge area where it gets a little darker. And they go camping on the west side of the mountains 2-3 times a year. So they can get out there where it's incredibly dark.
Dark and you're up on.
Yeah.
7,200 feet.
Yeah, that's about where Colorado Springs is. Yeah, I noticed that for about 2 days when I come from here and go out there. They said, drink a lot of water. You're just dumping water. Yeah. And
You don't know it.
yeah.
What I understand.
And you're at altitude. So I took a lot of little short walks for a couple of days. I could feel it. He said, "You want to take the bicycle for a ride?" I said, "Yeah." Says, I'll just stay on my feet.
When we first come up here, Sharon, she could tell, this is here.
It just is.
Because it's 3,000 feet higher back home. That's enough. And, well, I had relatives that lived in Colorado Springs, and we got to visit, and we go up to Pikes Peak. But we could do that after we've been there for a few days. Even after that, I always got to take off Pikes Peak. Because it's 14, it's like 14 2. You can definitely feel it when you're up there. And some people have to turn around and they can't handle it. They're not prepared for it.
Yeah, years ago, I think I was about 28, we went out west, 5 of us hiking the Sierra Nevadas, and we ran and did all kinds of stuff back here to get our muscles in shape as best we could. Then we went out there and we went up into the mountains and camped at 8,000 feet overnight. Got up the next morning and did a day hike up to 12 something. And then back down to see if anybody was feeling anything. And luckily, none of us had any symptoms. We were crossing. Most of the stuff was 12,000, but we were ending up on Mount Whitney at 14,500. So
we took the boys out to the phone.
Oh yeah,
And we did a film on like the hardest day. Was we camped at 6,000 feet. And we were probably, about 5 days, I think we were 5 days into it.
Everybody was having gratitude. And so all
it's not in color, but you can see.
all the great people. The trash service. More than once a week.
We were talking about for this space heater next year. The temperatures upstairs, white out, down.
It's actually comfortable now because you haven't thawed out.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys were told the front desk, we got some space heater. Yeah.
Fire
Alright, everything else good other than the trash? Alright, Christie, so you got anything else, let me know. I did this last Right, yeah.
So you can't slide through the thing.
No,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, everything. Probably the GoPro was all that light was coming on the lens on the light, whichever one. And you couldn't see the stuff on the screen in front of the time. Just on these. You're good. No, I wasn't complaining. And maybe just closer to the middle or if I see the light coming through the door. Everything was good. Yeah, that's why I'm shooting with the GoPro. But it was fantastic. The audio was good, video was rock solid, all farm was kind of and I mean, I was using my mom's real slow router and it covered. It's very good.
Do you primarily use serial or do you do pixel size stuff too, right?
Never used PixInsight.
Yeah, you do serial.
Started with Deep Sky Stacker, and we went to Astro Pixel Processor, and then last year I really got into serial. Serial, out of all the software I've used, it's by far the most powerful. It's probably the closest to PixInsight from some of the other imaging
Okay,
software.
I started going to serial and then I went ahead and used things like this with everybody else was doing, but got it, but I didn't. Yeah, I did, there's a bunch of ones that I did, it's just the serial, I just looked at the guy that has the all online ones.
Yeah.
The name is like, well, those are the serial, that's the serial, hell, you not do that. Sometimes it is. I never had serial crash.
Slow down, video and stuff. Somehow, probably somewhere around. If you will, great.
I'll probably try to make sure.
After watching that takes away, but you can still learn on that. Without getting beat to death, almost 6 hours.
I think it's gonna make that difference in my life in there.
Okay, good afternoon, folks. We are top of the hour, so if you can make your way back to your seats, we'll be ready to get started with our next presentation. Hope everybody had a good lunch. The lodge here, the smokehouse is phenomenal as usual. So. Okay, so our next speaker doesn't need a second introduction, but Brent Maynard again is going to do a presentation for us on Seestar. This is one of the processing softwares for putting your image and all your data through. And Brent, would you like to take it away?
Okay. Thanks again, and if somebody knows where the light switches are.
Yeah.
Thank you. So thanks again. Probably anybody not in my morning presentation? So everything's the same. If you have any questions, feel free to send me a message to my email account, brent.maynard@marshall.edu. So Seestar is image processing software. And I'll show you some of the features here. I'm going to try to do as much live demo work on this. And but the website is Seestar.org, Seestar.org. That's where you go to download it. It runs on Mac OS, Linux, and Windows. So it doesn't matter what your platform is, it'll run on all three. It's written in C, so it's natively compiled to its target operating system. So it makes it quite fast. I was using Astro Pixel Processor before. I started using Serial, and it's a Java-based, so it's running a Java environment, which is fine, but it's not quite as snappy as native compiled software like Serial or PixInsight. I've never used PixInsight, so I won't be able to answer any questions on that. This is not PixInsight, but it's a nice piece of software, and they keep enhancing it with each iteration and each release. You can use this for your deep sky imaging. So if you've got your data set from deep sky, you can use it to stack and then do the processing. And I'll show some of the basic tools that I use, the workflow that I use. It can also do planetary. There's not really a good piece of stacking software for the Mac prior to Serial to do planetary stacking. I always would run, what I've been doing is I've been running Windows 11 ARM as a virtual machine on this machine to run Registacks over in the Windows environment, or Astro Stacker. Those are good stacking software, but Serial does a good job as well. And Serial has wavelet processing like Registacks does. So you can also do deep sky within here. You can do planetary or solar stacking. You can do comet processing. The last comet, 12P. Yeah, that one. I took some images and I ran it through the Serial stacking algorithm to where comets are always moving. So you can stack on the comet and then you've got star trails, or you can stack on the stars, but then the comet gets blurred. But you can do the process where you do both, and then it'll blend those for you to create a blended image where the comet's nice and distinct, as well as the stars are pinpoint. So it has cometary processing. And yesterday there was a discussion on photometric analysis. So if you're doing exoplanet detection, you're doing the asteroid rotation, watching the light curve change, or variable star, you can also use Serial to do photometric processing. I've not done that yet, but it has that in there as well. For processing, it's going to do everything in FITS files. So if you have raw images coming from your DSLR, if you have PNG images or whatever, it doesn't matter what the image is, it could be a TIFF, a raw image format, it's going to convert that to a FITS image for its own work. And then at the end, you can save that out either as a FITS image or a TIFF image or PNG or whatever format that you want, a JPEG, whatever image format that you want. And it can also, it'll pull in those video files, SER files, and it'll let you process those. It'll create individual FITS frames on those. What I'll talk about is my workflow typically, and then it'll be easier for me just to kind of show this. We'll try to do like a quick set of processing, just to see how things work. It does allow you to do calibration masters. So if you've done your dark frames, your flats, your flat bias, and your bias, you can create, I don't know if it does a flat bias, but your bias, dark, and flats, it will incorporate those into as you're doing your processing, it'll do all that processing during the stacking stage and calibration stage. I'll talk about what sequences are. That's more just terminology. The registration, stacking, and the kind of the final processing. Sometimes, it just depends. I'll do it both ways and see what works best. And sometimes it works better with one workflow for this set of images, but then I'll try another set of images with that workflow and it doesn't quite work as well, and I will do it a little bit different. And what I mean by is sometimes I'll bring it into either Lightroom, all my raw images into Lightroom, or I've been using Adobe Camera Raw here more recently, which is basically Lightroom, and do some pre-processing on the raw images. And from there, I will save those out as 16-bit TIFF images, and then I'll bring those 16-bit TIFF images into Serial to let it process that. The other way is I'll just take the raw images straight from the camera, right into Serial, and let it do its thing there. So sometimes, I haven't discerned yet why some images work better with pre-processing versus other ones doing fine just as a straight raw image. It's probably depending on light pollution skies versus dark skies. I haven't really done. I'll do it both ways and see which one comes out the best. The other nice thing I like about Serial, or at least with my usage of it, it is quite fast. With AstroPixel processor running as a Java application on this machine, it could take up to 20 or 30 minutes to go through a stack of data. From the time I start till the time I actually have an image that I can start working on, it could take 20 to 30 minutes to go through that whole process. With this one, with Serial, I'm able to get there in 3 to 5 minutes. So it's significantly faster than what I was having with AstroPixel processor on the same machine. So it is quite snappy. There are a large number of tutorials on YouTube. On the website, they have tutorials. One of the features that Bill was talking about yesterday was scripts inside of PixInsight. There are also processing scripts available for Serial. It comes installed with a few, but you can also create your own scripts. You can download scripts that somebody else has created from the web. And they just published one on the serial.org site for Seestar processing. So you create the files, you put them in the correct format in a particular folder structure, and you can run the script and it does everything for you. I'm not going to be running any scripts today because I want to show each individual step so you actually understand what's happening. But it does also support scripting, and it supports pixel math and some other things like that. So it's a quite powerful piece of software for the price, which is free. Before I jump into actually starting the application up, does anybody have any questions about Serial or any of the pre-processing steps or anything like that? I've mentioned this before, I think everybody mentions this, always take raw, don't take JPEG data because of the compression. Always try to use the raw data coming from your camera, whatever that variant of camera it is. Be sure that you're getting the raw data and not some type of JPEG file that you're trying to process. So I'm going to go ahead and jump in real quick to Serial here. I actually have it launched. So this is the main screen for Serial, and it's got different sections, and you can see I'm kind of rearranging those. As part of any piece of software, the first time you use it, where do I start? I don't even know where to start. And there's some, like I said, there's some good tutorials out there, especially on YouTube, taking you step by step. The first thing that you want to do, I'm assuming at this point in time, you've taken the images from your camera and you put them someplace on your laptop. So you need to set up your working directory, where Serial is going to go find those files and create all of its temporary files. And the way you do that is you click on this little house up here which is your working directory. So I'm gonna go ahead and set my working directory. And I might just use this. This is from Green Bank. I did a Vail complex with my Canon RP, which I modified. It's a full frame camera with a Williams Optic GT71 refractor. So I'm going to go ahead and just use this as my I'm going to set this as the home directory. It's got the raw files in there. I'm not going to do any pre-processing or anything. So this is going to be my home directory for this particular process. And over here on the right side, you can see we have tabs. The very first thing we need to do is we need to convert those raw images into that fit format that Cyril wants to use. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and add files, and I'm going to just pick the ones that I want here, these raw images, and then I'm going to add that. Now I'm creating a sequence. This is where the sequence comes in. I've got a sequence of images that I'm going to process. And I'm going to give this sequence a name. And you can see down there at the bottom, I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to call this Blackwater Falls WVAA. That's just demo, whatever I want to call it. Now, I've done this multiple times. Keep this in mind. These are raw images. They need to be debated. They need to be converted to the color format from the raw image format. So you have to click this little debater checkbox down there. Otherwise, what you're going to get is black and white images. You're going to get grayscale. So if you're loading in raw images, which I am, these are Canon RP raw files, I need to make sure I check that little debater box. You'll figure that out very quickly when you look at the image and there's no color at all. Everything's in black and white. But you can do that if you want to process in black and white. Then you don't have to worry about the debater process. And then I'm going to go ahead and click on convert. So it's now going through and taking all those raw images and converting them to 32-bit fit files, which they're huge. I'll show you that here in a second. So it's done. So I'm going to come over here and let's pull up this folder. It's actually putting, this is where the directory. So you can see it just created these images just now, these fits files, and you can see each one of those are 157 megabytes. So be sure you have a lot of free space on your machine when you get ready to do this processing, especially if you have a large data set. Say you're going to throw 200 images at it, you're going to be creating gigabytes of data in these kind of temporary files. You can also have an external drive to do your processing on. I try to keep my main drive as clear as much as possible because it's just fast. It's a nice, fast solid state drive. But I could get a solid state Thunderbolt type drive and put on here as well if I needed to push my images off the main hard drive. You can see that it did create the actual fits files, and so we're going to go from there. So the next step is calibration. Now, don't shoot me. I don't do very many calibration frames. The only ones that I will do typically are flat frames. With the new DSLRs, there's just not a lot of noise there. If it's warm outside, if I'm imaging during the summertime, and it's 75 degrees outside, and the camera's really heating up, and I'm starting to get thermal noise, I'll go ahead and take my darks. But in the wintertime, when I do a lot of imaging, there's not a lot of noise. I know I could probably get a little bit better data if I did my dark frames and stuff. But the ones I really kind of do are just the bias, not bias, but the flats. But this set of processing here I'm not doing any calibration frames at all. This is where you would set this up, where you would set your master, your dark, and your flat, and include those into the process. So some of the scripts that come pre-canned with this, if you took 50 darks and 50 flats and 50 bias frames, and you put them in the right folder structure, you can run this script, and it will go ahead and create the masters for you. So you can go ahead and create your master flat that you can then use later for the same conditions. So you can do that. It'll do that for you as well. But for this step, I'm not using any calibration frame. So we come to the registration tab. I'm on the 4th tab now, and we could spend all day looking at these checkboxes, the drop-down list, going through all the different options. I'm just taking the defaults, that's kind of pre-set with the serial software. Like we spend all day on this. We could probably spend 2 or 3 days going through each bit of function, but I just want to show the software. So we've got the limited time, so I'm just going to take defaults on most of these. If anybody has any questions on some of these, I know I can answer on some of them. Some of them, it's even though I've been doing this for a while, some of the terminology and some of the algorithms and stuff they're using is even over my head. I don't know what they're doing there. I'm just trusting. I'm trusting what they're doing or what they're telling me. But we're just going to take the defaults here. We are going to be doing deep sky. This is where you can pick the type of registration. I'm trying to get all the images lined up. This is also where I would choose if I'm doing planetary or solar or lunar. I've got solar data, lunar data, or planetary data where I've got a disk that I need to stack on. Then you can pick that, and that's also where you see the comet registration as well. So, but I'm doing the global star alignment deep sky, and I'm just, like I said, I'm going to just take the rest of these. I could do this drizzle X2, which is, it'll do a 2x multiplication on the image, so it'll make your final image bigger. So I did that with the Seestar. I'll show that here in a minute. On one of the images, I told it to do a 2x drizzle, and while it was registering and stacking, it did that drizzle algorithm to double the image size. So you can do that as well if you've got a smaller image and you want to make it bigger. You can try out the drizzle and see how that works as far as increasing the image size. Like I said, I'm not going to talk about any of these algorithms. We could spend all day. So I'm going to go ahead and say register. Everything's good to go. So it's now, you can see it found some stars in the image, and it's stacking all those images on top of each other. And so it's going through and doing the registration. It should be done here in just a second. Also, at any point in time, feel free to just raise your hand or holler, and I'll answer any questions that may pop up. If you have any particular questions about what's going on here. Okay, so our registration is done, and there's this plot, and I'm not sure, I haven't really studied this. I don't know if this is plotting out the drift that I had. Yeah, I do guiding, but also do
Drizzle.
well, what is it when you take 5 images and then it goes off?
Drizzle.
Drizzle, okay. So I did the, every 4 or 5 images, while I'm guiding, it'll pause and randomly move my mount, 10 pixels this way, 10 pixels that way, to kind of mask out any imperfections. So I'm not exactly sure what this, I haven't gone into what this plot is actually telling me. But then we get to the stacking area. I'm going to do the default here, average stacking with rejection. Now what is rejection? Starlink satellites, airplanes, hot pixels, anything else, meteorite or meteors going through the frame. If you have 50 frames of data that you're stacking together, and then let's say 3 of those you have a plane coming through, or you have some Starlink satellites coming through. every single frame now. They're Starlink satellites, but they're all kind of in different areas. It will average those out, and anything that's outside of a range, it will replace that pixel value on an individual frame with the average of the rest of the frames. So that's how we can get away with basically washing out all Starlink satellites or meteors or anything that comes through the frame. As long as you've got enough frames in your stack to get a good average, it'll kind of fix the bad pixels in some of the frames. So we're doing that. It's using this algorithm, the Windsor sigma clipping. That's where it's figuring out, okay, this pixel's, in all these images, this pixel has a value of 50. But in this image, it's got a value of 15,000. That's not good. So we're going to replace it. And that's that algorithm, that Windsor sigma clipping. And the stacking result, output normalization, it'll try to normalize all the data in the frame. You can either leave that unchecked and do it later, or you can check it now. It tells you if you check it now, don't do this for your masters, because it'll, especially like your flags, it'll try to make things normal, kind of smooth, and you don't want to do that with a master. That's why you're doing the masters. RGB equalization, I'm going to go ahead and check that as well because my sensor's modified, so it skews to the red already. And sometimes I forget to set the custom white balance, so my image came out really red. The walls are red, have a red tinge to it. So I'll just tell it to go ahead and do the background normalization and the color balance, basically what that is. And now go ahead and do the start stacking. So it's stacking the files, and you can see that it's telling me that those are the FITS files, and they're 32 bits. And the stacking is done. So, no, sorry, it's almost done. There we go, now it's done. So I'm looking down here and seeing which image. So this is the stacked image. And you look at this and you go, where's the data? Let me show you. This throws people off a lot as well. Let me go to, let me pull up one of those raw images. So I just want to load up one of these raw images here real quick. Not here. I didn't want that. Sorry. Sometimes Cyril took over the.
It's got AI in it.
It's got Cyril. No, it's got Cyril. Cyril replaced the default file extension for Canon RAW images to open in Cyril. I didn't want to open in Cyril. Oh, that's a good one. That's actually a good demo picture. So you can see that it's leaning to the red, okay? Because it's a modified camera. It doesn't have a filter in there, so it's doing its normal, everything's kind of pink. And this is Adobe Camera Raw. I can adjust that. But you can see that's a single raw image that I have. Now I'm going to go back to Cyril, and I have to load Audio back in there.
Does it result up fit?
There we go. So that's the stacked image versus my single frame. You know, so that really throws people a lot of times when they first run this through the software. Where's my data? You know, there's nothing there. It's there. And you can go down here, and on the bottom, there are different icons. If I have time, we can talk about what some of these icons are doing. But one of them here is I can do like this auto stretch, and it'll kind of auto stretch the data real quick and show me, yeah, there's actually data in there. And you can also tell that it is color balanced versus my single image, which is really redshifted. Now, this is a good use case for doing flats. I'm going to take flats. I just haven't taken the flats yet because of the vignetting. You can see I've got some vignetting. There's probably some sensor dust on there someplace, or some optical dust, optical train dust. Like what Bill was talking about yesterday, flats will take that out and fix the vignetting. The vignetting, you see how it gets dark in the corners. So that's what's happening there. So I'm going to take this back off of auto stretch, go back to linear. And this is the typical workflow that I do. The first thing I'm going to do is go up here to image processing. And I've got all these things that I can do, I can select from. Well, the first one I'm going to do is this arc sign, hyperbolic arc sign transformation. And this you just stretch it just kind of arbitrarily here, to see what's going to happen when you start stretching that. You don't want to go too far, one way or the other, because you start blowing stuff out. Look on this. So, that's probably too much. I'm just going to do a little bit. I don't want to do too much. Everything's in small increments. Don't get too aggressive too soon when you're trying to do some of this. So I'm going to say apply. So that's kind of my first stretch of the data. The next one I'm going to do is I'm going to come down to the second one on the list, which is the generalized hyperbolic stretch. And I'm going to just do a general stretch. Now watch that curve. And this is just we're just kind of stretching all the data. We don't want to go too far, and I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive here just for the sake of time. And then I'm going to say apply. Now I want to start doing some S curves, contrast enhancements, where I'm trying to enhance the contrast. And the way I do that is I come and I just click. I'm going to click right in the middle of that histogram curve. And you see that right here, it changed that slider to almost to the middle, the symmetry point. And then when I come up here and pick that top slider, and I start sliding it over, I'm doing these little S curves. That's a strong S curve. We don't want to go that far. We want to just do some subtle ones. And I'm going to do apply. And then I'm going to come over here and click the symmetry point again, come over and pick the slider a little bit, and then click apply. And I'm going to get my symmetry point, do the slider, and then click apply. And then symmetry point, do my slider, and you see what's happening in that histogram? It started out as it was a kind of a steep, sharp peak, and we're widening it out. We're stretching the data. When people talk about stretching, is we're stretching that data in that all that signal data was contained in that one little peak we started. Now we're pulling it out where we can visually see it. So that's what we're doing here, stretching the data. So I'm going to close this one, and I'm going to go down to the third one, which is the histogram transformation. And on this one, I'm just going to take the leftmost slider, bring it over a little bit, This will kind of darken the background a little bit. We'll take this middle slider and bring it over a little bit, you know, just trying to readjust things a little bit. And this is, you spend more time doing this than you do anything else. You know, you might take 2 hours worth of data or 3 hours worth of data. You may spend 2 or 3 hours doing this stuff, just tweaking and sliding, trying a little bit, or saving out an intermediate file and coming back, and trying it again and doing some more stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and click apply. And then I'm going to come back in and do the, typically I come back into the generalized stretch and do some more. I could potentially do just a little bit of a stretch here if I want to. I don't want to start blowing things out. I'll go back into this real. I'm just going to start doing these, you know, these test curves. You know, building the contrast. And I'm going to not sit here and do this, you know, take up time doing this, but you basically get the gist of what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to keep building the contrast. So I'm doing this fast. I'm not taking the time to do this neatly. But one thing that you notice here is that we got a lot of stars. This is right there in the Milky Way. You know, the Veil Nebula complex is right there, right beside Cygnus, right there in the Milky Way. So there's, you know, there's lots and lots of stars there. One thing that you can do, and PixInsight does this, Astropixel Processor does this, you can add in the star processing, where we can do StarNet removal. So I'm going to click on StarNet removal. This will take a little while, so it may take, this would be good time for some questions. Let me close some of these asked in here.
Did I hear you say before that the StarNet wasn't part of the original software?
You have to add StarNet. It's not shipped with it. It's free, StarNet Plus, and there's guides about how to. It's a little tougher on a Mac, Apple Silicon Mac, or Macs in general, but it's pretty straightforward, I think, on Windows. Linux and Mac is a little tougher to get it installed. It's a step-by-step process, so it's not too hard. Let me see, I'm going to close some more. I'm using up all my memory. Some of these guys. So I'm going to go ahead and tell it to remove the stars. And so this is going to take a little bit of time to do this. Is it running? No, so it's got a little beach ball going on there. Let me check something here real quick.
So Brent, while that's doing that, I've got something to insert, not a question per se, but I want to learn this just so I can teach it for WVAA. So I've downloaded Serial, and I did download the Seestar script that we talked about that was developed. I've ran that once so far, and what I've seen from it so far is, if you remember workflow on the PixInsight that we covered for one-shot color, weighted batch pre-processing, that's what the Seestar script does for this. So it automates that pre-calibration, registration, integration step all into one. So it's it may go a lot further, and I plan on exploring that to see what all the possibilities are. But I can let you know that that Seestar script for Serial does that first whole block of pre-processing, so to speak, for the Seestar images.
So it's while it's doing its StarNet remove, I think it's working. I don't see the slider moving, but I'm assuming it's working because I'm getting this little beach ball. Some of the other, I'll just talk about some of the other things that are in here that are kind of neat. Ones I use all the time: remove green noise. Now, I use one-shot color DSLRs. there's twice as many green pixels as there are blue pixels. And there's twice as many green pixels as there are red pixels. So, you know, why? It's because the human eye is tuned in to green. We can detect all kinds of shades of green because that's our environment. So that's how one-shot color DSLRs are tuned for our eyes. Sometimes though, we get a green, overly green cast in our images, and this remove green noise does a really good job of removing that. So if you get an image and it looks like, why do I have this green kind of spread throughout the image? That shouldn't be there. It's just kind of an artifact of one-shot color cameras, where we've got, you know, half the pixels are green and the other half are either red or blue. So it's causing some artifacts in the final process. I use that a lot. There we go. I've played a little bit with deconvolution. I haven't done a lot with deconvolution yet. Noise reduction, I typically bring it into Photoshop, but it does an okay job of noise reduction. The star processing, of course, background extraction is really good. If you've got a gradient in your image, you know, you're imaging closer to the horizon, and so you know you're just getting the bottom part of the frame is lighter than the top part of the frame. You know, you got some light pollution going on or whatever. You can use this background extraction, and it does a great job of taking that gradient out and normalizing everything in the background. So it works really well. I might just do that here real quick. You can either go through and pick the points that you want, or you can have it generate, you know, where, you know, sample from, and then I'm just going to have a compute background. I'm just kind of curious to see what it does with this image here. And you can see I've got this kind of, at least on this projector, I've got kind of a green cast. Let's see, where's the, so there's the original image. You can see the vignetting up in the corners. With the background extraction, it tries to even everything out. And I'm going to go ahead and say apply there. So there's my image, and then from here, I might go back up into, now, I should have saved out the one with stars, which I didn't do. So you can have your starless image, and then you have your image with stars. Then you can kind of blend those, you can create a star mask, and kind of gently add the stars back in, because the stars overwhelm the nebula. Whereas with the star removal, you can really highlight the nebula, the faint stuff. It's kind of being hidden behind the stars, or the stars are just kind of overblowing that. So what I'm going to do here is, this is the wrong one. Let's go to the histogram transformation. And I'm going to just kind of darken that background up just a little bit, not too much. I don't want to start clipping data. Just be careful on some of this stuff. And we can zoom in here. And so this was done at Green Bank. This is maybe an hour and a half. Not quite 90 minutes worth of data. You know, this is, you know, if I had another 2 hours of data, then you start really seeing some really fine structure in there. Now, I'm picking up a lot of nice structure. Got the hydrogen alpha, of course, and you got the O3. This is a nice target to kind of play around with if you're wanting to get into seeing both the hydrogen alpha as well as the oxygen 3 emission lines. And from here, I would, you know, if I wanted to save this out, there's not a file save, well, there is. I never use it. Up here, you can click on this button and you can save it out as a is a different type, but I typically just come down here and, because it's a scripted language, I can say save tip, test 4 or whatever. So what I did is I've taken this tip image and I just saved it as a tip image. I can also do save JPEG test 4. So now I've got the same and I could come up here and do the same thing, right? Save this out as the whatever file type that I wanted and give it a name. So if I wanted to do a PNG file and then give it a name. I'm an old command line guy. I grew up, I'm an IT guy. Does anybody remember VAX VMS, Digital Equipment Corporation? I used to work with them. So, I like to set the command line. So that was just kind of a quick process. I mean, we haven't spent more than 10, 15 minutes on it. Stacking the data, doing some tweaking. And from here I could bring this into Photoshop, do a little bit more stuff if I wanted to, doing star blending and everything like that. But that's kind of just a quick introduction to Serial. I like it. It seems to work well. It does have a lot of functionality that I haven't played with a lot yet. Like a pixel map, I was reading an article about how to reconstruct your hydrogen alpha data if you're using narrowband filters on a one-shot color camera. Even though we're getting the hydrogen alpha, on the blue pixel, there's a little bit of that signal coming through. On the green pixel, there's some of that signal coming through. Let's say it's 30% or 40% on each one of those columns. Whereas on the red pixel, we're getting probably 90% of the hydrogen alpha signal coming through the Bayer matrix on the sensor. So if I have a raw file it's really the raw image, the Bayer is just monochrome. But you can do pixel math to say for every blue pixel, I'm going to give you a factor to multiply the value that's in there to enhance it to what if it was actually a red pixel. If there's some signal there, to multiply it so you can enhance the blue pixel value by a certain factor, and the green pixel by a certain factor, and then you've got your red pixel, which has the actual value, and it just enhances your hydrogen alpha signal. And same thing for doing O3 or any of the narrowband images where the filters predominantly favoring either the red, green, or blue. You can do pixel math on the other pixels to try to boost their signal as well. So I wanted to try that sometimes with the narrowband filter with one-shot color to get some more data out there. And people are having some good results by doing that using pixel math. And you basically write a little program, and you go through each pixel in the image and do something to it. So it's a nice tool. Some of these icons down here, the one on the bottom here, that's the photometry mode. In the presentation yesterday, he was talking about the aperture, the area of the image that you want to analyze for the flux that's generated, the light flux, and that you're going to process all of your images and see what that light flux changes over time. And so it's got the photometry ability. You can rotate images, you can do mirror images. I'll show the celestial grid if available. But that's, we're kind of out of time, but that's kind of a quick overview of Serial. Anybody have any questions? Yes.
Back to your screen on clipping. How do I know I'm clipping in Serial? What's showing me that I clipped and I've lost
Well, what you want to do is look at the histogram.
Right.
Just make sure, when you're looking at the histogram, this is the book. You can see there's, even though it doesn't look like there's any data there's probably is some data. And you don't want to slide these sliders up too much to where you're actually starting to flip. So if I take this slider and go like that, I'm clipping data because I've gone into the histogram. Everything to the left of that slider is going to be chopped. So that is, I'm clipping the data on that side. And the same thing you can do is not necessarily clipping, but if I bring this too far this way, I start blowing out stuff. So I'm making my pixels saturated.
You're overexposing.
I'm overexposing. So you either can clip the data or you can oversaturate or overexpose. You don't want to clip your data.
Clipping data is the left side.
Well, you clip it on the right side too.
Okay.
Yeah. By sliding there's this other slider over here. So I can take this slider and do something like that. And I've got these sliders all over the place. But yes, you can clip data on the right side as well.
Okay.
So you just got to be careful what you're doing on that. So
Plus, sign in on your.
any other questions? Give it a try. It's free.
Yeah.
Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. Serial.org. Lots of tutorials. The first couple of steps, how do I set the home directory? What's the sequence? I don't know what the sequence is. Those tutorials do a good job of covering all those individual steps. Okay, well, thank you all.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Thank you, Rick.
Okay, folks, I think we have about 12 minutes, so if you'll be back here about 5 minutes before, we'll roll into our next presentation. Thank you. Talk about 12 We're done.
I don't care if you didn't see a thing. Doesn't bother me at all.
Prices on next week, and we can get the prices on it. Yeah, I gotta have them over there. I'm trying to get a new product and something right now.
Your mouse fits right there. So
I was thinking, did I or did I not have a mouse? I was thinking, I thought I had a mouse. Come on, look. There we go. Now we're looking at yes.
That's what I heard for now.
Probably harder to set up. It's hard to set yeah, open source, yeah. Those two maps kind of play with, you know.
That's exactly what I thought. And I thought, maybe I would need some of the 305
Yeah, don't let me hold it second.
No, so you can get into that in presentation. This is going to be more of a usual roast, but it's going to be very highly show and tell, walking through show and tell, rather than videos.
So that's your guy, it takes about all three, just separate things.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
But it literally is. And what was filter? You got filter.
But the problem was, I don't think I've ever had it. So that's, yeah, you got a small one that's one of my cons, is the fact that you can't get it.
I started seriously behind COVID. But now I'm not using it's like 2 days, AM5, so.
It kind of sticks out against the red. You got people running red cats. Red. Blue, black, bruise.
I got it, I told him that
I'm not important enough to need to look.
Oh, yeah. I slept this. So all the way to 5 a.m. Yeah, we'll have a couple double shots. You don't understand. Those doubles. Sure. I don't Okay, folks, if you can make your way back to seats, we'll go ahead and kick off again. One small note, we still have raffle prizes arriving, so take one more view through. There's been a new astrograph added back here, so make sure you check again on the break between now and the raffle so you can get tickets in. I'd like to welcome Brian Hill as our next presenter. WVAA, he is our Super Discord admin. So, he is going to be talking to us today about an alternative to the ASI Air. This is called the StellarMate Pro. It does a lot of the same functionality, a little bit differently. This actually utilizes some of the older applications all rolled together, like Nina and things like that. This version,
We'll talk about it.
So we'll talk about that. So let's give a hand to Brian.
I don't feel I'm not important enough to need an introduction or biography. So this has been a long time coming as far as coming out. This was probably about a year and a half ago, and really, we'll get into it later, some of the pros and cons. This still really isn't available in any kind of quantity. You basically have a bigger ASI Air with a lot of extra functions. It kind of replaces if you're running a Pegasus power box or something like that. You can basically run your astrophotography stuff. You can power your devices. You can also do controllers, stepper motors. There's a 3 to 9 volt output over there. You can run something else on it if you want to do some tinkering, like Bill was talking about, something like this for doing some observatory moving, a observatory dome or a slide for a garage with a retractable roof. But basically what this was designed to be was a affordable observatory class product, not costing you thousands of dollars. Everything's built into it. You can basically open the box, register it, do your imaging. It does have a cloud service available called EcoSlide. This would be, if you had a remote spot that you owned land and you wanted to set a pad up and set your telescope there, as long as you have internet and power, you can actually remote into your telescope, plan your viewing, and it will just run everything. Saves everything, all the images in the cloud, you can pull them down to your leisure. So that's a nice feature. Unlike the ASI Air, you can use multiple brands. You put brands of devices, so you can use your QHY cameras, different focusers. You're not locked into any particular manufacturer. You can, as long as it is supported by their libraries, you can use them. Rather than come up with my own little list, I just want to do theirs. It does have GPS and Wi-Fi on it, so you don't have to necessarily have a phone with your providing your GPS data. It can actually pull it in itself. Like the ASI Air, you're going to see a lot of this. Like the ASI Air, it does a lot of the same things. You get your live stacking, and it can actually work with weather stations, so you can actually pull in the weather and kind of like plan your night around that. Polar alignment, except like the Nina guiding through PhD2. There's your cloud storage through EcoSlide, and framing assistance. You can sit there, like the SR, you can get your object, and you can make sure it rotate your mount and everything to make sure it's centered how you want it to be. So some of the things it's got the 4 outputs for your devices, 2 heater controllers on it, your variable voltage output. It's got lots and lots of ports on the back. So when we're going to demo later, it does have 2 USB-A and 4 USB 3, so you can actually hook a keyboard and mouse. up to it and directly connect through HDMI. You can also do B and C. And there's also the app like you would do with your ASI or your Seestar. You can pull that up as well. It's got a sensor, so you can pull like your humidity sensor, temperature sensor, so you can control your autofocusing through that. I think you care about the weight. It is a little bit bigger than your ASI Air, about twice the size. And there are a lot of accessories available for it. Like I said, it's got a temperature sensor, a dew sensor. It has a Vixen mount you can put on the top, so you can actually you can put this on your mount and then put your telescope through it, and it's a lighter one. And go back to the back side of it, you've got HDMI, you've got GPS, USB-C. If you can use it like a computer, you've got your remote planning, we'll do that later. And you got a 10-volt, it requires a 10 amp power adapter, so you can power most of your devices, most of your cameras and everything, and get the power off of this without anything extra, because that's what it requires to actually run it. So we'll go through, we'll talk about some of the stuff that's good. So we got the Sunshine Rose, it's an alternative ASI Air that avoids spinner locking, except you don't have to use video cameras, don't have to use their focusers, don't have to use their mounts. If you have something else, as long as it's USB or there's a, I'll look it up later. It's in here, but I don't have to memorize it. So if you ever use the StellarMate software, they have the StellarMate X, which is a smaller predecessor product to this, but you could actually install on your own device. There's an OS that you could pay for license and then run on your own hardware. This is basically the same thing, updated, but now they're working with the hardware too. So they're producing the hardware and the software, just kind of like what ASI is doing. It's got lots of ports, lots of connectivity. With the Eco Slide, which the ASI doesn't offer, from what I know, they don't offer a comparable product. You've got remote connectivity beyond your Wi-Fi. As long as you have internet somewhere in the world to this thing, you can access it. So, like I said, great if you're going to do one of those, take advantage of, like last year's speaker with you can do rent space in Utah. You can set this up and you have that, and you don't need to have them do anything. You can just connect to it yourself. And you'll see when we do the demonstration. Like if you're using planetary software, like K-Stars, that's actually what it uses. You can use that on your laptop, send it in, start guiding and tracking and things like that. But not everything is Sunshine and Roses. So it is a lot more expensive than an Air, especially, so this is against the Plus. So about 40%, almost actually more than that. It's about twice the price. The big thing is there's usually only one preferred vendor per country. So like, I think it's a Gina Astro in the US. That's the only place you can buy it unless you want to buy it direct from Icarus. So that's coming from Israel? Middle East, yeah. It's not Israel. It's somewhere in the Middle East, but.
Kosovo.
Oh, is it from Yugoslavia area? Okay, well, still, it comes from overseas, and that's the only place you get it other than, like I said, one vendor. And when we talk about regions, like Europe has like 2 places you can buy it. There are more vendors, but the support may not be perfect because using different drivers, like I said, you've got to work with them. It's a lot easier to, kind of like with an Apple device, you know what you're getting because they're controlling the hardware, they're controlling the software, they're working with all the drivers. The interface definitely takes some getting used to because if you've ever used Nina or any of this older software, it is very early 2000 Linux looking. See that in a bit. So that's not nearly as refined as the, something designed just for a smartphone or something like that. If you want to use that Ecos Live, it is a yearly subscription, so it's not something you pay once and forget about. You've got to actually keep paying. They offer a basic service. There's websites we'll get into here in a second. We're looking at, but it's like $40, $60, and like $80 for they have tiers of subscriptions and whatnot. There's links that will get onto the next page of the lecture. You would look at it, and that'll show you kind of a comparison of what you get. And the biggest one is there's no power supply included. So you're paying $500 for this device, and they don't even give you a cord to plug it in. So you have to buy the, I think it's $70 or $80 10 amp power brick, and you need that before you can do anything with it. So you're, rather than saying it's $500, you might as well say it's $600. So we got some further reading and learning. So this is going to be more of a walking through, showing it than just sitting here and talking about it. But we've got you. The devices is actually a better one because it actually goes through and gives you a list of what they support. It also gives, and we're not showing it, that's why it's every year. Oh, okay, I probably can do that. Get out of it. Next start the show. I forgot to parade into it, didn't I? All right, there we go. So they kind of set up a resource where you can go through and it shows you the things they support. And the whole point with this was they support 15 different types. The goal behind this was that you could go in and review it. Now, like I said, this thing is very, there's not a lot of reviews. So unfortunately, one of the good, plus side, look at what you have, compare it with your peers and say, oh, is this going to work for me? There's not a whole lot of feedback when I was kind of looking at this earlier. Still, even for your mounts like your AM3s, AM5s, your Skywatchers, your EQ6s and stuff like that, you know that there's a lot of those out there. They still don't have a lot of feedback for those. There you go. Astrophysics, always asked about astrophysics concern. There you go. So there's those. Let's see. So there's that actually pulls up. How are you? All right, so we'll talk about this first. So here's your echos slide. Your options that you can do. You can do so all these offer mount controls, camera controls. This one does not live video, autofocus, guiding, alignment. So it'll actually do it'll do alignment for you, and a polar alignment system. The basic ones don't. So since that's one of my big hangups, I'm still trying to get used to polar aligning quickly. I decided to go with one that actually gives me a polar alignment assistant. So it kind of helps, especially like I said, if you're doing it remotely. The same thing, you can't sit there and turn the knobs. And really, with the unlimited, it's really just there's really not a whole lot of different. Provide the same features. I think it's like they give you more support or something like that. But so going into that actual platform is, it's open source, makes you have it. It basically takes what you have that you're normally using on your smartphone or your tablet. You've got a Mac, you're running some kind of emulation software, so you can run the ASI Air or Seestar app on a computer. You've got that where you can just run it on your computer rather than having to worry about some kind of in between. You do have some kind. You can actually get. I think maybe that's one of the things that gives you. You can pull in data from other people's observatories that they do, like a community thing. You can actually pull in their data and kind of use that. So it gives you that community sharing feature. What's that? It's Kuwait. Okay. I knew it was somewhere over in the so it is Kuwait. Yeah. So, but like I said, it's been really hard. So you've got a long lead time to get them, and plus it's expensive. I think $50 to $60 to get it directly, something like that. For shipping.
It's an extra $100 if you buy it directly from them, plus you've got shipping. So it's.
Yeah, and so here you go. Here's some things. So you can basically say you have an observatory with a couple of these on there. you can actually lease it, so you can actually rent space up, so it lets you do what that gentleman did in Utah, but you can just do it with what you've got. Just start small, pick your own thing, set up a price for it, and that lets you do, you both things. Hey, I want to do some southern constellations. I'm not going to go to Australia anytime soon. Maybe there's someone that has, a telescope release there. If you feel like, one of those things where you want to acquire the data yourself. Of course, you can always go out and get some free telescope data from one of those suppliers, but this kind of gives you more of a, why at least you've set up the stuff and did things with it rather than just pulling data down from the website.
Sounds like this thing is probably best suited for like your roll off observatory or something like that versus going to Dallas Labs or something.
This is absolutely right. This is absolutely designed to be a low cost thing for someone who wants to set up their observatory rather than something like this where you want to take something up and get some pictures quick. I would it's bigger and bulkier. It definitely takes some getting used to. I mean, you go. One of the things I love, one of the sites I have here is this one. It's not the All Scout. It's basically this guy was talking about how he spent. And this is not the stellar name, but the software behind it. Like spending days and days and days going through trying to get everything working. And so rather than oh hey, it's an ASI area, it locks me into CWO, but I can go where I know how to use it. It's easy to use, and I can go out and take some pictures quickly, rather than, like I said, absolutely rather than have to see someone who wants to go out and set up an observatory and have the roll-off thing and or control the dome and just have that. Can you use it for the other thing? Yeah. Would I do that? Probably not, after having gone through it. But it was also an interesting thing that some of the club members have talked about. So I said, okay, you know what? I'll take the plunge and I'll go kind of be a guinea pig and look at it and see what it does. And that's kind of what led to this.
So it's more an alternative to the Prima Luce Observatory Eagle grade product.
At a fraction of the price.
At a fraction.
At a fraction of the price, but as we'll see here in a bit, that does come with some limitations. It comes with limitations. But like I said, if you want to see, well, what can I do with it? It's a lot better to buy something like this and pay $500 or $600 and tinker and get the bugs ironed out than to spend thousands of dollars and you have what to do with the board of it start. It's a lot easier to use this stuff because it's been out forever. And like I said, when we talk about showing it, we'll actually see the age of some of this stuff. But if anyone has any questions before we go to the show and tell time, and I must pray to the demo BDs because it's demo. Does anyone have any questions or anything I can answer?
Things that require an ASCOM driver, does this handle them?
It doesn't use ASCOM itself. It uses that. What is it? It's the alternative. It's Indy. It's Indy. What it uses. So it uses Indy rather than the ASCAR. It can use some ASCOM stuff, but it's kind of like what they've said is basically your mileage may vary on whether it'll work or not. But if it's supported by Indy, I know a lot of the ASCOM devices do support both. It's better off working with Indy rather than using ASCOM. That was actually one of the big things in that article was had up there, where it was the ASCOM stuff with some of the ZWO cameras. It set some of the brightness set the red too high, so you had to actually go in and change it so that your pictures wouldn't all be washed out. So that's just something that as a driver compatibility. But of course, that's from a little bit older, so it might be fixed now, but it is still running Indy drivers. All right, we'll play demo then. So like I said in the beginning, this actually does have, it has 3 ways you can connect to it. You can connect to it directly through HDMI. You can also use VNC, so it has a VNC connection, and you can also use the app as well. Why is this not doing anything? Okay. There we go. It's had. But yeah, so you can see it's very late 90s, early 2000s Linux, open source UI looking. So, but yeah, you can do so some of the stuff familiar with like Nina. You've got stuff like your PhD 2 for guiding. You don't have anything to hook it up to right now. K-stars, and it will actually pull K-stars. It will pull K-stars off your laptops. If you have your laptop and you're connected to Wi-Fi, you can actually go and say, especially with like once you have logged into Ecos Live, you can actually say, hey, send this to the mountain. It will actually start going. So just like if you're and say, oh, let's zoom in and find something here. I picked a spot where there's a whole lot of nothing. But yeah, so you can start tracking it, and then you can sit there and start doing you can set up your observation, plan it, execute it, do your updates. So yeah, as they put out new stuff. So like I said, it's just K-stars. So as they come out new versions, you can update this. There's also big firmware updates that will kind of package everything, like an OS update that will all come into this. But yeah, it's a little computer, so when you're sitting here, you can actually pull up Chromium, so you can actually browse the web, or oh hey, we'll pull up the documentation. You can sit here and do that on this, of course there's nothing here because there's no website. But yeah, you can join it. You can join it to the Wi-Fi networks. K-star.
So what's the observation planning done in what software program?
I think it's basically, it's okay, so it's still part of K-star, so.
Still part of K-star.
That's actually K-star. That's K-star's observation. Yep. Okay, configure network accessories.
So
Your software install, you can view your, so you can do a lot of the stuff right off. Full master. So like I said, it's kind of showing its age, but that's kind of why they went with the web-based things, kind of away from this. So you can use this if you have to, but the problem is, like I said, there's really not a whole lot to do on the show on Ecos device if you don't have an observatory set. Now what it does do is it does let you have a does display a listing of all your observatories. So if you had a bunch of observatories set up, you can go and say, oh, hey, this is a better spot for this now. Let's use this observatory for this, and this observatory for another target. Yeah, so this, I mean, when you look at the eco slide, it looks very much like your ASI Air application. But yeah, there's not a whole lot because you can't, there's no target. So fortunately, like I said, I should probably thought about that before this. And you have achievements. So you can boast with your friends that you have most things.
And this is a subscription-based.
This is a subscription-based service. So, like I said, there's different levels of it. I would recommend the middle level because, like I said, it provides pretty much everything that the upper level has, except maybe some like data transfer. So if the cloud-based data transfer and storage isn't really your need, there's really no need to go to that. And This is a much nicer. I've seen there's like some screenshots of this. Unfortunately, like I said, I don't have an observatory set up because I have to like leave that at home. But so like I said, it's kind of be a walkthrough and kind of show everything. So, but yeah, like I said, it's basically if you're going to do your own setup, you want something portable. This is probably not the ideal solution, but if you want something that's a little more meant to be, definitely I'd set this up like a static orientation where I'm not going to move anything. Like I said, personal observatory would be a really good use for it, but yeah, just something portable to take on the weekend. There's a lot more of a learning curve and stuff involved. So, like I said, in this, you require some kind of remote internet access to be able to use this Echo Slide. So if you don't have any internet access where you're at, then that's going to be kind of hard. So you have to tether your phone or something like that.
Otherwise, you'd have to direct connect and go through the old vintage.
VNC, yeah, you do. Now it does have its own Wi-Fi hotspot, so you can directly connect like that. But once again, that's more of a ASI error emulation where you're doing that same workflow. You're connecting directly to it, sending the stuff on, pulling the stuff back, and that kind of thing. All right. So we'll look at. I will kind of what I'll try to do is I'll get this configured, kind of set up. The observatory, and maybe do a blog article or something we can publish and kind of say here's the missing piece that we didn't have here because we don't have the observatory. So I just wanted to kind of get the comparison out. Then we'll go with more of an in-depth dive into the comparisons after we get this working. So
Sounds good.
all right, Mike, we got it.
So what, you haven't been able to use this yet for an actual imaging session or?
I have, but we're not setting it up as an observatory, so that's why the Echos doesn't work. I've directly connected to it.
But is it as far as using it for imaging, say you were going to get this and use it for imaging with the ultimate goal of setting up your own observatory, does it seem like it's viable, it's going to work well?
It's definitely, like I said, once you look at one. So, like I said, I haven't got to use the online cloud part of it.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be like, I think what they did after looking at some of those, and there's a couple, if you go to StellarMate's website for this product, you will see, We've the Lazy Geek and some other gentleman did a very like 35-40 minute review of the product. And that kind of what I got out of it was, it's got growing pains because it is, like I said, it is a new product. It's been out for less than a year. So it's going to have some difficulties, but if they continue to develop it and it doesn't get to the point where production is halted so much that people just lose interest, which is really what I'm worried about right now, is the fact that it's so hard to get a hold of that, if there's no sustained interest, that they're just going to stop producing it, or this, because there's enough people out there using Nina and stuff like that, that their OS product that they also sell standalone, that they may just say, well, we'll just work on the software rather than the hardware because that just didn't take off. And then you got something that you paid some money for that is kind of stuck where it's at. You're not going to get any new innovations out of it. So hopefully it doesn't go down that
route. Any more questions? Any comments or anything that you would like for us to look at capability-wise on this? Hey.
Give us program. You should set it up at the Starfront and give everybody in the club access to it. Have you guys seen Starfront Observatory? It's Great Falls. It's a new observatory where you can set up. It's very inexpensive, and they're putting up a lot of computers in Texas.
I haven't looked at it yet. Get us information.
Okay, yeah. A lot of the YouTubers have been doing reviews of this observatory. Galactic Hunter Nico has, talked about it.
Yeah, they was putting up the new ones, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
Like I said, that's a good use of this, to say, okay, leave it there, make another one. Get a couple places, and just ping pong back and forth between your observatories. Depending on the conditions. Hey, that'd been great, good, start working it.
The rental starts at $149 a month, which is extremely cheap for, remote observers.
Especially if they've got things like environmental control where you know when you're not using it, it's safe, because like I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that in West Virginia, and I've got a safe backyard, I wouldn't leave my stuff out overnight.
Right.
But we'll definitely look into that.
All right, folks, if there's no other questions, let's give Brian a hand here and we'll take a break until top of the hour. It's only 20 minutes. Yeah. Move to, we can go to the so what happens if you, is it the same company that makes that money?
I don't know if it's the same company, but it has a different URL, but I haven't seen you all. You plug it in.
You can have
Just text it, Dave. I saw it pop up. There it is.
Welcome to the Sunny Golf Today.
Right.
Enjoy.
Oh, yeah.
But it still sounds pretty good.
Okay.
No, it's this, yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll see if it works.
Yeah. But it's on top and on we do.
Would also be good.
That's
right.
Yeah.
That wall is like.
Somebody said right there.
It's coming through one. It's coming through one here. It's so loud, not to be honest with you. Yeah. Well, That was the plan, that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, man. ASAP, man, ASAP. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's one of my favorite places to shoot. It's awesome. I mean, it's just 180-degree view all the way around.
Oh, man, I wanted to shoot that above. 180-degree panorama is wide field. It was wide field. And I'm looking at
I just want to make sure that people knew about it.
myself. You know. Well, like we were in Alaska. Yeah. Like, come on, dude. I talked to a guy before, and he's like, we'll do it this way.
Okay, it's actually.
It's in Secretary. So it's left of row. Right. Absolutely.
You already did.
She switched over from this to I was looking I'm glad to know it's pretty easy. I was hoping for
It just, nuance.
It's growing. It is. It's something like
it was epic.
yeah, it's like there was. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I will say this, it's very different. It's the Disney World National Park.
There's literally herds of people up going up down to the river.
The whole mountain right there. Of course, it's a smart game, so it's an outbreak.
Yes.
The further you get, the fewer people you saw.
I'll be there. Sun filming spectacular. And this is have all that, as much time as you want. But he built it his own thing. It's one school. It's been there's schools, and there were none. This is very, right? It's like 400 acres. Your horizon, 360 degrees. There's mountains to vegetation. They've got woods. So it's saying, so we got to do it. Trying to get us one degree slopes. Everyone lives in So yeah. So and he's just he was Anyway, which we were. I've got a lot to say, so plus you can do this in Tennessee. We're blazing But I still was like, that's I know you said you're busy with Okay, folks, we can start making back to our seats. Just from here. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Join me in welcoming Dave Green, a Blackwater resident. He is a West Virginia coal miner with 20 years of mining experience. He currently works as a mine rescue team member and a mine instructor. He started in photography and videography, creating training materials for his fellow miners. After learning the operation of a camera, he began exploring the possibilities. His love for the night sky, West Virginia landscapes, and digital art are evident in his work. He has earned an APOD and is featured in publications. Dave was also involved in the initial creation of the WVAA and is a current member. Join me in welcoming Dave Green.
Thank you, Bill. I'm going to dumb things down a little bit, so that's what I do best. My name is Dave Green. I appreciate you guys having me. Some of you probably remember me from last year. I appreciate you guys having me back. I appreciate Bill asking me to speak. I enjoyed it. I would have liked to have been here the last couple of days, but I had to work, just as Bill said, I am still a coal miner by day, astrophotographer by night as much as I can be. But it's nice to get out and spend a little bit of time with my fellow space nerds. So if you remember my presentation from last year, you'll probably see some things from last year. Don't throw rocks at me if you see the same thing you saw last year. But if you're anything like me, you'd probably have a hard time remembering yesterday. So good news, it'll all be brand new presentation. But there is some new stuff here. I'm going to be going over the planning process for a photo I took back in March, which there's a print of it back here in the raffle. And then I'm going to be to sort of a live, deeper dive into photo pills, if you're familiar with photo pills. Also, I want to mention, and I assume Bill probably has mentioned, I guess it's on the schedule with it, I saw it. I will be doing a workshop tonight of some sort. Ideally, we would be taking pictures of the night sky, but it doesn't look like the weather is going to cooperate with it. So my plan was, if that doesn't work out, we'll do a processing workshop in here. Is that right here? Okay.
Yes.
You want to? I didn't know if you wanted to add something to that. Yes. All right. So perfect, Bill. Thank you for that input. 8 o'clock, I guess, we'll be here either way. And so, if by some miracle it's clearing up, then maybe we'll go out. If not, I'm going to do a processing workshop. I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm going to just be using Photoshop and Lightroom. So if you have Photoshop and Lightroom on your computer, bring your computer down. I'll have a USB drive. You can download the data and just step by step run through it's a nightscape, something similar to what you're seeing up here. Sort of a sky replacement, stacking the whole thing, but everything in Lightroom and Photoshop. If you don't have Photoshop on your computer, you can go back to your room or install it right here. It's $11 per month. After the workshop's over, you can cancel it. So. Also, if you have photo pills on your phone, it is a phone application. I'm going to be going through sort of a live step-by-step on that at the end of this presentation. I'd like to have quite a bit of time to do that. That way, if you have questions, if you want to stop. This entire presentation is completely informal, obviously. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, reviews at any point in time, please add those as we go through. So, jump right into it. Nightscapes. What the heck are we talking about? So, how many of you, I'm sure some of you have, how many of you have at least set up a tripod somewhere with a wide-angle lens and taken a picture of the Milky Way core? Right? Okay, so there's at least some understanding there. I'm going to get into sort of the fundamentals of that and what it is, and then we'll take a deeper look at how to plan for some of those shots. So nightscape is synonymous with astroscape or deepscape or landscape astrophotography. All kind of means the same thing. And people will say, well, what is it? Well, let's start by looking at daytime landscape photography. So anytime I have the sky, or anybody, any photographer has the sky in their photo, they don't want it to be boring, right? So I don't just want a completely plain blue sky or an overcast sky. So I want something of interest in the sky. Of course, daytime landscape photography, the #1 most used theme in daytime landscape photography is going to be sunrise, sunset, okay? I took this photo from Grandview State Park a couple of years ago. It's a cliche New River Gorge sunrise picture, okay? There's nothing necessarily spectacular about it. It's fine, but again, the theme here in the sky is sunrise, sunset. You can see, it's the oranges and the reds and the diffraction spikes on the sun, so it gives the sky some interest, right? Another common theme that people will use for the sky, for landscape photography in the daytime would be interactive. Go on and on about different things people will do with this. It could be just a nice blue sky day with some fluffy clouds. This picture I took just outside of West Virginia in the Grand Canyon. And this was a storm that was forming over the Grand Canyon. You can see, a lot of contrast there, right, in the sky. So it's, again, something of interest in the sky. And then unique lighting situations, and this could be anything from golden hour, blue hour, all the way up into, a couple hours after sunrise. Sometimes you'll get some nice shadows as the lights of the sun shines across the landscape. Some of you here were there when I took this picture, right? And some of you actually have pictures very similar to this one and much better than this one. We weren't there to take pictures of, this was actually probably more like blue hour, and so you get some of those pinks and stuff in the sky. We weren't there to take this picture. We were there to take pictures of the night sky, which we didn't get a whole lot of because, as you can see, there was clouds. But we did get a couple of these. But again, unique lighting situations would be something that a daytime landscape photographer would use to create interest in the sky. So what about a nightscape? Well, the number one most used theme would be the Milky Way core. Why? Well, because it's awesome. Also, the foreground here, this lady standing in the front in the foreground, she's pretty awesome too. That's my wife, Nikki. She loves astrophotography. I mean, she just absolutely loves it. So I'm lying. That's a complete total fabrication. This was the first and the last time she went out with me. She said, "Are we almost done?" No. But she was kind enough to go out there and be a beautiful foreground for me for this Milky Way shot. But again, this is the number one theme for nightscapes. Another common theme for nightscape photography would be the moon. Now, this looks like I've manipulated this photo in some way or another. Only basic edits in terms of like lightroom edits, increasing some of the darks and decreasing some of the highlights to sort of create somewhat of a balance. But I took this picture, and it was really just kind of luck. I took this picture 10 miles from the snowshoe ski resort. I'm actually on the scenic highway when I took this photo, so that's why the moon looks so giant. I'm shooting at probably 560 millimeters, something like that, I don't remember. But the moon looks enormous compared to the resort there. But again, another nightscape theme. Another nightscape theme would be nebulous clouds. At least that's what I'm calling it. This is really just the winter version of the Milky Way. Although that doesn't look like winter, it's actually early fall, but this is like very early in the morning, probably 3 or 4 in the morning when I shot this. People will talk about Milky Way season, and I don't have to tell you guys, but there really is no Milky Way season. The Milky Way's in the sky year round. What they're talking about is Milky Way core season. But as I've progressed in this hobby, what I found is there's cool stuff to shoot in the sky all year round. So like the winter brings its own thing, and so does the summer, and it's always exciting. So there's always something in terms of nightscape astrophotography to shoot in the sky. So and then the 180-degree panorama, and this was shot at Summit Lake. And this is a true 180 degrees. The left side of the picture is directly north. The right side of the picture is directly south. And just like I was saying before, according to what time of year you do this, you're going to get different characters in the sky. This is sort of the summer version of the 180-degree panorama. And this was probably about June that I shot this, which is a perfect time to actually shoot the 180-degree panorama, because right as it's getting dark, you'll start to get, that arch of the Milky Way in the eastern sky, okay? So you can't forget about the foreground. To me, the foreground is as important as the sky. It's not necessarily as exciting to me. I think we're all here because of the sky, right? But for me, I like a good foreground. I also, and this is just me personally, I like the foreground to be visible. I want to see what's going on in the foreground. And we could sit here and talk about, you know, all the rules, quote unquote, rules of composition and what makes a foreground exciting. But I don't necessarily want to get into all that, but something of interest. And this is Seneca Rocks. I think most of you would be familiar with Seneca Rocks. So something about all the images that you see that I've shown so far, and anything that you see that I've done, they represent a reality that our eyes can't see. And what I mean by that is, I don't go to one county and take a picture of the sky in some dark sky location and then go to a different county and shoot some epic foreground, okay? Whatever light pollution I have in the location, that's what I have to deal with, okay? So in other words, this sky, for instance, was shot in the same location or close to it as the foreground. If I do have to move around a little bit, and I'll talk about why I might have to do that, I'll actually use a compass out in the field so that I ensure that I'm actually shooting in the same direction. So I'll shoot my foreground, I'll take a compass and I say, hey, I'm shooting at 140 degrees. And then whenever I shoot my sky, I'm also going to be shooting at 140 degrees. And that ensures a couple of things. One, that it is accurate in terms of, you know, orientation, direction, all that. Maybe that means nothing to you. Maybe it means nothing to a lot of people. But it means something to me because it's an accurate representation of that location, okay? You know, I know Seneca Rocks, right? And I know Cygnus Rises right there. So to me, that's like, you know, if you show me something else, I'd be like, well, that's not the way it rises. You know? So, I would know that, right? And maybe a lot of people wouldn't know that, but I would know that. So I try to create something that is genuine. And with that being said, when I plan for a shot, you know, I might look at Google Earth and say, oh man, I'm going to go here, and this would be a great location for me to take a picture, right? But I really, maybe I've never been there, right? So I'm just looking at Google Earth. So you climb to the top of the mountain and you expect to see some epic view, and this is what you see, right? Because we have lots of trees. Okay, and this is Calvin Price State Forest, and you know the trees is a part of what gives West Virginia its beauty, obviously, but it also does create quite the challenge in terms of planning for nightscape photography. Pretty much anything you see that I've shot, I'm using a tracking mount, something very similar to what Bill's got set up over here, and so I need a clear view of the sky. Right? I can't really track through a tree, right? Or else I'm going to have this big blur of a tree in all my quote unquote subs, right? So if I want to take photos like these, then I have to know where to be, I have to know when to be there, I have to know which direction to be pointed, and I have to know which lens that I'm going to use, okay? So how do I do this? And this is, again, I went over a couple of plans last year, and these were the same programs I was using last year, and I'm still, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So these work for me, and this is what I'm going to go with. This is what I'll be using, all right? You'll hear me talk about azimuth, not so much altitude, which we might talk about that if I got some time. We're going through the photo peel sort of demo. You'll hear me talk about altitude and azimuth. I probably don't need to tell you this, but that's just always relative to my particular location. So 0 is always north, 90 is always east, 180 south, 270 west, right? So again, that's relative to the position that I'm standing in, okay? And maybe that'll make a little bit more sense when I get into it. So this is the Milky Way core and Droop Mountain's lookout tower. So here's the tower. This is Droop Mountain State Park, just south of here. You can see the Greenbrier River Valley off to the left. The goal that I had in mind was to shoot the lookout tower and the Milky Way core and to get all that in one shot. So to start my planning process, a lot of times I'll jump into Google Earth. You can see there's a pin drop there, and that is Droop Mountain State Park. If I zoom further in, we're going to see this overhead view of where the tower is actually at. You can see this is the parking lot, and there's the tower. And what you see out here is a clearing. So you almost have a 180-degree clearing northeast to southeast, looking out into the Greenbrier River Valley. Now in Google Earth, I can go up here in the corner, I can grab this little guy, I can drag him down, and I'll get this quote unquote street view. Now there's looking north, okay? As I pan around, I'm looking east and pan on around, and then there's sort of south, southeast. So you can see the eastern sky, north to south, looking back more or less west here, there's the tower. So again, the goal is to have the Milky Way core and the tower in the same shot. That's the goal here, right? So from Google Earth, I'm going to go into Stellarium. Now I've already got Stellarium set up north to south. So this is a 180-degree view, northeast to southeast. My date here is set to March 12th, which was the night that I planned to shoot, and I'm sitting at midnight right now, okay? So all I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of flip through the night, okay? And I can see what's going on in the night sky right here as I flip through. So there's 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5, and you probably can't see it too good, but that's the Milky Way core right there, okay? So at 5 a.m., I'm going to have the Milky Way core up in the sky, all right? March 12th, 5 a.m. So up here I have this field of view tool. I'm sure some of you guys have used this before. This is set to 28 millimeters on a full frame camera. So you can see, maybe you can see, hopefully there's a red box right there on the screen. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So what I get from this, number one, is I can see what my framing is going to look like, which is pretty cool. But really more important, and the reason that I'm in here, is I can see the direction I need to be pointed. And I have this azimuth grid up, which you can turn on and off in Stellarium if you've ever used it. 140 degrees is the center of the frame. So here's the Milky Way core-ish, and then there's 140 degrees. So that tells me at 5 a.m., I need to be pointed at 40 degrees, right? Or 140 degrees, okay? So here's photo pills. And in photo pills, you're going to have what looks like, almost like Google Earth, and you've got all these layers, which we'll talk about here in a minute. And again, there's Droop Mountain. There's the tower, okay? So a real quick explanation, I'll do sort of a deeper dive later in photo pills. The orange pin is my location, or the location of your camera, the location you plan to shoot from. The black pin, which you can turn on and off, is going to be your subject, which here I've got it as the tower. This V that you see coming off of the orange pin, that's your field of view, which you can change to whatever camera lens you plan to use. You can change it to whatever. Okay, and then these dots surrounding the orange pin is the Milky Way. All right, the largest dot there is the Milky Way core. Now you can see the direction I'm pointed right there, right? So again, I've already got my time set. You can slide that back and forth. 5 a.m. March 12th. So right now I'm pointed at 95 degrees. But what direction do I need to be pointed? 140, right? So that location's not going to work, right? So I'm going to have to move. So what I did is you could just take your finger and slide this field of view around. So I'm sliding it. As I'm sliding it, that number's changing up there. And I don't know how well you can see that. But now it's at 140. But now I don't have the tower in my frame, right? So simple as moving that orange pin to get that. Now I've got the tower in the picture, and I've got the Milky Way sort of stretching off to the left in the photo, right? And you can see the biggest dot there is the core, and it should be right beside of the tower, right? The Milky Way core should be right there just to the left of the tower, based on photo pills, and we'll see how accurate it is. Now this is what we call an augmented reality. You can use this in photo pills, but that's once you're on site. What I'm talking about is planning before you get there. So on site, I did this, and it looks like, hey, my plan looks like it's pretty close, right? But you really don't know how good your plan is until the stars come out, right? So. So we did all right, huh? Did all right. It's, we're pretty close. All right, so I want to talk about a couple of things with that particular image. So this is a single sky exposure, all right? And you're saying, well, where's the tower? Well, I can't track through the tower, right? So I had to set my tracker up more or less where you saw me standing in the picture is about where my tracker was set up to shoot the sky. Again, like I said, I just use a compass. I walk up there with a compass. I point the compass at 140 degrees, then I back up and I shot the foreground. So this was an early morning. So sometimes I'm shooting the foreground before it gets dark, or twilight-ish, and then sometimes I'm shooting in the morning after, right? So this is a single exposure. This is the stacked, which you can't tell much except you can see the foreground looks all crazy, right? This is the foreground. Now, I know what you're thinking, well, that looks like daytime. But this was just a long exposure. I want to show you something. This is interesting, I think. This is the raw image of the foreground. So drastically underexposed, right? And why so drastically underexposed? Well, if I don't underexpose it like this, what I end up getting is it sort of fries the horizon. We were talking about clipping. Somebody was talking about clipping earlier, right? So if I don't underexpose these foreground shots, I mean, it still looked nighttime. I don't know if you can tell, but there's stars in this picture. So, but a long exposure when there's some residual light like this really goes a long way. So this is the stacked version of the sky. And then of course, the final image. Again, like I said, where I actually tracked the sky was probably right about here, okay? So this is interesting, the accuracy of the sky, sort of what we were talking about here. Jesse Thornton, some of you guys know him, incredible landscape photographer out of West Virginia. He shot this. This is a single exposure from essentially the same location. It looks like we're standing a little bit different. I know my camera was about this far from the ground, so it looks like he's up a little bit higher, but some of those little nuance changes. But you can see this is a single exposure, so relatively close. The thing that I thought was pretty cool about it, though, was the light pollution actually looks the same. If you see, there's sort of a bright light coming from here. There's some sort of facility over off to the east there. You can see that in both pictures. It's pretty cool. So shooting the foreground. So a few different options, and I don't always go with the same option of shooting the foreground. One of the options is what I did with the photo we just went over, is shooting the foreground at blue hour or twilight. You can see this was actually dark enough, and this is just a single exposure, that this is the New River Gorge Bridge. I know it's hard to see, that the cars are still, these are streaks of light across the bridge. So the pros is you do get sort of very even, no hard shadows. The sun is down by a long shot. But you still have enough residual light to shoot at pretty low ISOs and get these low noise images. The cons is it's very, very easy to clip any highlights that exist in the photo because there's a lot more residual light than sometimes you even realize. And so a lot of times along the edges of the trees and stuff will get fried. So my suggestion is when you're out in the field, if you're shooting foregrounds like this, shoot them underexposed because you can always bring those shadows back. But if you clip the tops of these trees, then your picture is going to look like doo-doo. Okay, so this is the final image here. Again, it looks like almost daytime because there's a lot of residual light, but you can see the lights of the cars going up and down Fayette Station right there. Another option for shooting the foreground would be to use some sort of lighting. Sometimes I'll take a flashlight or something to sort of light paint the foreground. That's pretty cool. This was a 180-degree panorama I shot from Green Bank. And really, this was completely nighttime right here. and the entire foreground was lit up by the lights in the parking lot. And those lights don't really seem that dark, but when you shoot a long exposure, they go a long way to light up the foreground. So the cons is, which didn't really matter much in this picture, but anything in the distance is still going to be, you know, pretty well black, right? You can't shine a light 4 miles away. So, and this is the final image there. Another option, and this particular photo is a combination of really two techniques for shooting the foreground. And one is taking and this is actually probably my favorite way to do this, this is a very long exposure, say 2, 3, even 4 minutes long exposure of the foreground, and then take a real soft light and just sort of light paint the area directly around you. So then you get everything in the distance that you can sort of get all that, but then you get a little bit of extra highlights in the area that just surrounds you. The cons with this is that, with a couple things. One, you're going to end up with some hot pixels, which you can usually take care of in post-processing. Another con with this, though, is if you've got trees and leaves nearby, all of that stuff's moving, right? So you end up with this crazy blur. You know, a lot of people out west, they're shooting rocks, right? So they use this technique all the time. Well, they say, oh, why would you shoot in blue hour? Because you can just shoot a 2 or 3 minute long, because you don't have any damn trees. But we do, right? So we can't necessarily shoot a 4 minute long exposure and it looked good out here with trees and stuff that's all blowing. But you know, like here, the trees were sort of off in the distance. So, and you can tell if you look real close at this picture, those leaves are moving around. They're not real defined in that picture. But the final image turned out okay. And this was Droop Mountain as well. This is actually what looks like water, but that's fog. That's an inversion of fog in the Greenbrier River Valley there. So that just turned out pretty cool. Another option for shooting the foreground would be using the moon. It is reasonably even lighting, but you can see actually there's still some pretty hard shadows. This isn't necessarily my favorite way of shooting a foreground because it makes it look kind of crazy. But some people love it. But you got to work the timing out, right? So basically what I've done here was, well, the moon's in the sky at this point in time in the night, but then as soon as it sets, that's when I'm going to shoot the sky, right? So I shoot the foreground while the moon's up. As soon as it sets, I shoot the sky, right? So that's what I end up with there. And that is actually Hanging Rock Rapid Observatory. Bill was just talking about it in Monroe County. Or just leave the foreground dark. This is a great place to start. I don't know how many newbies we got in here. Some folks, a lot of you said, hey, I've shot the Milky Way from a tripod. Maybe that's as far as you've ever went, and that's fine. But this is a great place to start right here. I think this is where everybody starts. Leave the foreground dark. So a lot of times people will shoot the Milky Way against, a horizon of trees just to give the whole scene a little bit of contrast. So that's cool. But again, this is just a single exposure. So, that's just a fine place to start. So any questions so far? We good? All right, so this is a real quick post-processing video. Again, if you're here at 8, I probably, unless you guys decide, hey, let's go out and risk it, we'll probably just do a post-processing workshop here. And you can actually, if the cloud's clear, you can actually walk right out here, the corner of this parking lot, I've done it, and take a picture of the Milky Way core. So we might, as we're processing, walk over and just look out the window and see, hey, is it clear up? So my suggestion is bring your computer and go ahead and bring a camera and tripod. If it clears up, then we might luck up, right? So we'll see. So this is a real quick, just basic, some basic edits to the raws. This is a picture you saw earlier with my wife in it. So you can see there's the foreground, but this is a track sky. And I, for whatever reason, shot a whole pile of raws on this one, which I don't know that was necessary, but here I am doing an absolutely horrible job of aligning all those. And then I'm actually stacking here in Photoshop, which is something if you've never done, I'm going to show you how to do that tonight. It's pretty simple. And then just some basic edits to that stacked sky. Trying to get the color kind of right. Really, I just slide stuff back and forth until I like it. So then what I do is I save the sky as its own tip. Then I go in here, I open my foreground, I drag the sky on top of the foreground, I do a content-aware fill on the remaining sky so that there's no weird contrast or no weird gradient whenever I do this sky replacement. I'll show you how to do that tonight if you're interested in hanging out with me. And then there's sort of the final image. All right, so let's, how many guys have photo fills on your phone? So if you have photo fills, I'm going to sort of go through this kind of slow. And if you have photo fills on your phone, then maybe you can just sort of follow along with me. Sorry, Bill, I'm messing things up. Can you guys see that pretty good?
Yep.
Wish I had a longer cable. All right, so if you have photo fills, let's just start out, make some notes here. If I can remember everything I want to go over. So we start in this screen here. Everybody have this screen pulled up if you're following along. This is just the main screen here in photo fills. Let's start out by touching, I'll use this, the moon right here. So you hit that, it's going to open this up, okay? There's nothing really mind-blowing about the moon module. I mean, you can just see, you know, when the moon rises, when the moon sets. You can also see, you know, the galactic center is visible, sunrise, sunset, all that. Down here is the calendar on the bottom. You tap that, and then, of course, you know, again, nothing mind-blowing. There's 100 apps that probably has that on it. But, you know, for planning processes, I can go in here and be like, oh, this is the new moon this week or whatever. So, and there honestly, there's a lot of things that Photo Fills does that I don't necessarily use it for. There's calculators on different ways of focusing and stuff, and I use it for planning, and that's pretty much it. So if we go into the sun module here, so tap that, it's going to open this up. So there's actually a lot more information here that's pretty useful. So, you know, we can see, we go all the way back, this is today, all the way back to midnight. So the galactic center ended, so the Milky Way core set last night at 2:30 a.m. You know, you can see astronomical twilight, moonrise, so on and so forth. I don't need to read all that to you. So let's go all the way down here. So here, this information might be important to us. So if I'm planning, like say, if I was going to go out tonight, which was what I wanted to do, you know, this information here is important to me. Golden hour starts at 7:50, and then true nighttime doesn't start until 10:11, right? So if I'm going to do one of these foreground shots where I'm going to shoot with some residual light, well, then this is my window, right? Basically from 7:50 to 10:12, probably closer to this range right here, somewhere in there. And usually what I'll do is, I know what my foreground is, I'll shoot consistently all through that time frame. And I'll go back and look at them and see which one do I like the best. Maybe the golden hour looks good because I'm getting a little more light, or maybe it's too bright, whatever the case is, right? But I got a lot to work with. So then I'm going to start shooting the sky at, you know, 10 if the target that I'm shooting at is in the sky at that point in time. So also in here, if you go down here, there's also a calendar at the bottom. And this is, again, nothing mind-blowing, but you can just go in here and you can look into the future and you can pick whatever night. You see, here we are, October 6th, and this is just for future planning. You know, you can look ahead. at what the time frames are for golden hour, blue hour, so on and so forth. But the bread and butter of PhotoPills is right here, okay? This planner module, if you want to call it that. When you open that up, and I'm not sure what your map looks like, but if you zoom out, you should, you have the United States of America here. I've already got a pin dropped on our location. So let me show you something real quick. Maybe you're searching, you're trying to find where the heck we're at, right? So I'll tell you what you can do. You can tap, see this little plus sign right here? You guys see that? Tap that, and you're going to get a list of things right here. So what you want to tap is that first, it looks like a pin with a little arrow connected to it. Okay? When you tap that, it's going to drop that orange pin right where you're standing. Okay? So, where am I standing? Well, right here, right? Close to it. There it is. Right? So everybody got that? So if you're following along, okay? Now, let's do this. So if it clears up, then this is the corner of the parking lot over here, right? So if you just hold your finger on the location, it'll drop that orange pin wherever you hold your finger at, okay? So this is, if it clears up tonight, we might walk right over here in the corner of the parking lot and take a picture, all right? Now, we don't have a whole lot of information so far on the map. It just looks like Google Earth, more or less, right? So let's do this. Down here, you see you got a time right there on the bottom. You guys see that? Am I in anybody's way? Anybody that cares? I know y'all shit. So there's a time down here. If you tap that, okay, it's going to come up. So what I want to hit is, let's hit now. Okay? Am I jumping ahead of anybody? So if I hit now, that takes me to 338, and look right here. So 338. Now, you can take your finger on this right here, and you can slide it back and forth. Okay, and you'll see why that's important here in just a little bit. Okay, so let's do this. So what I want you to do is, you see this little button right here? It looks like two sheets of paper on top of each other down here. Everybody see that? It's following along. If you tap that, now these are the layers that I have in PhotoPills. So one thing I want on there is my field of view. So you can tap that. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put the sun on there. Ah, shoot. So tap the eyeball on the sun, the moon, and the Milky Way. Okay? Everybody got that? So sun, moon, and Milky Way. So I'm going to have all those layers on there. So you can go ahead and hit done. Wow, now my map looks a heck of a lot different, don't it? So what are we looking at here? There's all kinds of stuff here. Remember from the video, this V coming off of here is my what? It's my field of view, right? Now, how did I get that in there? Well, if I go up here, you see this? Tap that button, and you can put your camera in there. If you want to go ahead and do that, I'll give you a second. You just, whatever you're using, if you're using a Canon or Nikon, you can punch it in there and search for the model. It should come up, and you can go ahead and set that as your camera. And I've got all my cameras in here, so they're just saved, and whatever camera I plan on shooting with, I can pick that, and it's there. Okay? So I'll give you guys just a second on that one. Get a drink of water. I'm up here sweating. Bill, you're working me to death.
I'll tell you, I work you like a dog.
I'm telling you.
We'll give you 4 in a row.
All right. Has everybody got it? Did you figure it out? Yeah? All right, cool. All right, so we just hit cancel. Okay, you've got it set up. Now the next button right here looks like a bow tie. You hit that, and then you just enter in whatever focal length you plan to shoot with. Okay, if you got a 15mm lens or whatever you're planning on shooting with, you just punch that in there, and then you hit done, and then that field of view is going to change based on whatever information you punched in there. Okay, now over here you have a portrait. It says portrait. If you tap that, it's just going to go back and forth, portrait to landscape. If you notice, this B changes when I tap that, right? Why? Because I'm just talking shooting horizontal versus shooting vertical. So it just changes that based on whatever you're planning on shooting. And you might change your mind, but that gives you an idea, right? Okay, so we got that. So now, if you go up here on this, there's a little bar right here. That bar will actually slide back and forth. Okay, if you slide it all the way to the left, or right, hell, I don't know, the left, I think. The second one over, this is the section I want you on. You should see a little orange and black pin in the top corner. Can you guys see that? Did you find that, Bill?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So just where that bar is, take your thumb and you can slide it back and forth. It's the second to the last in one direction or the other. So you find it? All right, so once you find that, you tap this little icon right here, this little orange and black. You tap that, and you're going to see a black pin. It's just going to drop itself somewhere on the scene. You see that? Okay. Now, what is that? Well, like I said in the video earlier, that's kind of your subject, but you can kind of do a lot of things with that little black pin right there. So I know just by standing out here and looking, that standing there in the parking lot and looking south, I'm looking at a hill, right? How big is that hill, though? How much of the Milky Way am I going to lose because that hill's there, right? Well, let's see. So what I'd like to do is I'll take that pin and I'll drop it right there beside it, okay? Now what I'm going to see, and it'll pop up right here, but it's also up here, is it says difference. The difference is the altitude. And that says 0 degrees, right? So it's flat right there. So then what I can do is I can take my finger and hold on that black pin, and I can move it out in front of me. Let's go about 10 feet away from it. That's probably further, but again, still 0, right? So let's move it on out further. Let's see what we got there. All right, 13 degrees. So that's what that's saying is this black pin is 13 degrees higher than the orange pin. Does that make sense? Okay, maybe that doesn't mean nothing to you yet, but it will here in just a second. So let's go on a little bit further. I'll pick up that black pin, drag it on out a little bit. There's 11. I can zoom out, drag it on out. There's 8. So now it's getting lower. So it looks like the highest might be, there's 17. So that's probably the highest. 17, 18. I did it earlier, tested it out. I found 17, 18. So it's about 17, 18 degrees. We're going to lose on the horizon, right? So what does that mean? Well, it doesn't mean a whole lot, but let's do this, okay? Let's go down here on this timeline, okay? Now take your thumb. Now, does anybody remember what time it gets true nighttime tonight?
10 o'clock.
10, was it 10, 11, or 10, 12, I think we saw it just now. So if you slide that, you'll see the time, right? And I'm going, ooh, something's popping up there, ain't it? If you slide all the way over, let's go 10, there's 10, 13. What is this right here? The Milky Way, right? And that big dot, that's the core right there, okay? So I can move this V around. You can take your thumb. If you see there's like a black dot on there. You guys see that? Take your thumb on there. You can slide that V around anywhere you want it. So let's say I want that, just framing it up just like that. I want to get as much Milky Way in that shot as I can, right? So what am I looking at? Well, now I can go up here, you see right here, wherever that V is pointed at, it's 174 degrees. So 180 is true south. So it's just off of being true south, just east of true south. So we're at 170 degrees and approximately 18% on the horizon. So I'm going to show you something on stellarium. So here's stellarium, I already have opened up how we use it. Well, that ain't doing good. Let's do this. That's something to do with it. Here's south. That's where I need to have my settings a little different where I'm plugged into this HDMI. It's changing it a little bit, but that's okay. So what I'm going to do is we can move to the time we say we're at 10, 13-ish. So there's that. And then I can open up. Let's turn this off. This is my azimuth grid. So at 1013, there's 20 degrees, okay? And there's 175. So that's the center of the Milky Way. So we should, even at 20 degrees, we're still getting quite a bit of the Milky Way. Now this is 20 degrees right here. So the core should be right above the tree line, basically, right? Based on what we see there. So let me minimize that. That didn't work out as good as I hoped, but that's all. Nothing ever does. So, all right. So I think that's about it. Let me show you this. So there is some more information on there. So these blue lines, where there's a blue line on the right, blue line on the left, darker blue, and you got a yellow and a orange on the left. Anybody want to guess what that is? Sunrise and sunset, and moonrise and moonset, right? So let me turn the layers button. I hit this layers button, and I can turn the Milky Way off. Just so let me turn the field of view off too. So now I've got this sort of a little cleaner looking map. So let's say we go out, if I zoom out here, I think I can find, what is this out here? Lindy Point, right? I'm sure some of you guys have been out here. Let's say I want to shoot a sunset from Lindy Point. Well, that's going to tell me, let's turn my field of view back on. That's going to show me, if I drag this is sunset, okay? So you guys see there's a thin line here, a thin orange line, and a thick orange line. Same thing with the blue, thin blue, thick blue. So this is, as I drag this timeline back and forth, I'm seeing the direction that the sun and moon is in, and then the thicker line is where they'll actually set. Okay? So if I'm wanting to go out there and get the sunset, that gives me an idea of about where the sun is going to actually set. I use photo peels every time I take a camera out. It's obviously a good tool for astrophotography, landscape photography. But even if I go out, I don't do a whole lot of portrait photography. But if I'm going to, I want to know where the sun's going to be, right? I want to know where my lighting is going to be. So honestly, just a good tool all around. They haven't paid me to come out here and say this, though they should, but they haven't. So, but anyways, anybody have any questions? Covered it all, Bill.
You covered enough, but you nailed it.
All right.
I got one for you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, so, let's say I want to save this one. How do we save?
Oh, yes, okay, if I can remember. So, if you go down to the bottom, there's actually, it says save, right here. And you can hit save, and then I'm gonna save it as a plan. And I actually do this pretty regular. So, and then you can just hit new plan, and you name it, and then what you can do, once you've done that, you'll just hit save, okay? And then when you're in your main screen here, if you want to bring that back up, you just go back, you hit load. You hit load, and then you'll hit plan, and then now here's a plan from this year. I can hit that, and it'll bring it right back like I set it all up. So that's a very good question. That's a very good tool there. Is that good?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, question for you. So you showed us how to put your location on. How to drag it around. Of course, mine's not dragging, but other than that, say if I know I want to be at, you've already got Seneca Rocks in there. Let's put Raptor. How about I search for that location and add that in the plan? If I'm sitting at home and going to plan out
I can tell you how I do it. I just will look on Google Earth and find some reference points, and then I just dig through the map until I find it. I can usually do it pretty quick.
You can't put in.
I don't know that there's a way to just punch in a location and then pull it up. If there is, I haven't quite found it yet. That's a great question, but I don't see anything on here. There's a search bar, a search down here, but it's not really looking for a location necessarily. No. But that would be a great addition. I've heard that PhotoPills, there's another app that's very similar to this, and in some ways probably better. It's called, I think, Planet Pro. Maybe some of you guys have used that. But I'll be honest with you, it's not very intuitive. It's very difficult to use. It's kind of glitchy. Stuff moves around. I really have a lot of trouble using it. And others think it's great, it's good for them. But for me, PhotoPills is not necessarily a one-stop. Obviously, I'm still using Google Earth and Stellarium to sort of put a plan together. But I don't need it to do everything. I just need it to do this stuff. Yeah, as far as searching for a location, I'll usually just get on Google Earth. If I'm not already familiar with exactly where it's at. Anybody have any other questions?
I mean, you search address, longitude, latitude, longitude, where to attack photo.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's under load.
It says search address.
And now, when I'm searching for things before, like, it's not a great database, but, you know, if you find something close to it.
Yeah, like here's my hometown, Beckley. So that's great, awesome, yeah. So you just hit load and then search address. I've never did that.
Okay, fair enough.
That's awesome.
That is good.
I just like doing everything basically the hardest way possible. Anybody have any other questions or anything they'd like to add? Rachel, you have something? No. You sure?
Yes, good job. Good job.
All right, Bill, thank you, buddy.
All right, thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. Okay, everybody, we're looking at 5 till, so take a quick 4-minute break and then come back to your seats and get started with our next presentation.
And you should be able to actually just.
Okay, folks, while we're waiting here, just a couple other notes. As far as our raffle prizes go, I know there are at least 2 over on this table that are Pix Insight courses. Please only put in for those if you plan to use those. Last year, we had a login and it wasn't utilized. So we had generous enough donation of 2 of those again this year. So please only enter those if you plan on using the full course.
I'm gonna put it in one thing.
You want to put in more? There's 2 courses. Put one in each one.
Well, I would, but you told me.
Oh, comes up twice.
You see what I'm saying?
That's fine.
I just wanted to make it.
Yep, perfect. It wasn't mostly.
And that would be, yeah, no. I feel you, I just better off just outright today, you know, than if I'm just.
That's why I did, like, that's what I'm doing, like, next work, it was donating anyway.
Exactly. Well, we might need more tickets.
Well, I chose to do because,
Nice pick.
hopefully look better. Like.
Oh, it would.
Yeah, the internet thing. It's still.
What is it?
The stream is still live.
Okay.
It's screwed.
Probably, water on the line somewhere. That happens. Okay.
Yeah.
I've got, several watercolor. Generally speaking, she is. That's what my sister's shot. I was doing it, sister's over shoulder talk. I said, is that what you call Patty? My mother said, where did you learn that?
Right. Oh, yeah.
She tried to off place.
Unless it's a new battery, it's pretty hard.
It's hard.
Probably more.
child did this pickup. Where we had to get over top of the dog. That makes sense. But no,
Every Friday, yeah. Color changing earlier than they're reacting. It's just how cold and I haven't refilled it,
Okay, so we can start making our way back to the seats. Okay, if you can join me in welcoming Abraham Jones. Call him Abraham or just Abe. He's like me, I answer many names, especially when the wife's still here. Abe is a husband, father of two, now adult children, like Cody. He has many telescope children. One is up for adoption to the rabbit on the side wall over here. He is a professional engineer by trade and an amateur astrophotographer by choice, with almost 4 years of experience generating astrophotos. He created an Instagram page called @DIY_NASA to store and share his work, and has grown quite a bit over the years. Last year, he presented as an astrophotographer with 1 APOD. The work from the presentation last year earned him a second APOD a couple of weeks later. He is here today to get into the weeds a little bit on a tool and fix insight that has been crucial to some of his awards he has achieved. Join me in welcoming Abraham Jones.
Thank you. So we're at Blackwater Falls, and I'd like to not have the microphone. Okay. Unless anybody has trouble hearing me, I'll try to speak up. But here we are in Blackwater Falls, and Davis and Thomas. Excellent area, love the area. I'm just excited to be here. Have loved talking to people in the audience. I've loved talking to the presenters and experiencing the presentations. Just an amazing group of people here today. So thank you guys for letting me be a part of it. So my wife and I took the kids to Nashville in 2017 as a Nashville weekend vacation, but also to experience the 2017 eclipse. And during that time, I found out that my best friend from junior high and high school was in the same area, and he was there for the eclipse, and so we ended up meeting up together and hadn't talked to each other for years before that. So it was really great to rekindle that friendship. And he took some photos of the eclipse. I wasn't prepared to do anything like that. He had a telescope there, and so he's put these pictures on Facebook, and I've shared them on Facebook. So they come up in my memories, and it's been a great memento for the family when we see those memories come back up through the Facebooks. And we knew then that the next eclipse was going to be 7 years later. So we started thinking about that right at that moment, because when you see the eclipse in totality, it is life-altering. So the 2024 eclipse, my wife and I were up at Colgate University the weekend before the eclipse. And so we started looking at the path of totality. We looked at Rochester, New York, started looking at the weather. It was going to be cloudy. We looked at Buffalo, New York. We actually had a place to stay in Buffalo, New York the night before. It was going to be cloudy. We went to Niagara Falls, started seeing a little patch of some clearing coming through Erie, Pennsylvania. So we ended up going to Erie, Pennsylvania, and there were a lot of clouds, but there were also a lot of clear spots. So this is cloud-based astrophotography, by the way. So when the totality happened, there were still thin clouds, but we could see so much with the naked eye. You could actually see the prominences off the disk with the naked eye, and it was just as amazing as the first time. And like Jeremy had said, keep it simple. We took a small dwarf 2 telescope and just let it do its thing off to the side, and we just experienced it. we were present at the moment. And this little dwarf and our dachshund did all the work and was able to take a picture like that. And I'm just amazed that that is something that you can do with an off-the-shelf, several $100 item. Just seeing those prominences from that tool, I mean, Jeremy was showing those yesterday. I mean, he had a lot more focal length to work with, but I'm just blown away by that. So that's a little bit longer exposure to get more of the corona. And so anyway, that same friend that turned me on to the eclipse in 2017 and photographing it, he purchased a star tracker in 2020. And I was like, what the heck's a star tracker? And he explained to me that it tracks with the night sky so that you can take long exposure photography. And through the years, I've dealt with long exposure photography, looking at car trails, headlight trails, tail lights and stuff. So I knew what long exposure photography was, but the idea of taking long exposure of the stars was very intriguing. And I looked into it and I started seeing the things that people were doing in their backyards with long exposure astrophotography. So that year, Santa was very nice to me and gifted me an equatorial go-to mount and an ASIR Pro. And that was really the launching point of my astrophotography, was Christmas of 2020. And Jeremy Bumgarner, being in Bridgeport, turned me on to Calhoun County Park. So the next thing I knew, every clear night I was driving to Calhoun County Park. I was meeting up with Delford as much as possible. This is a picture that Delford took at one of the star parties with the star trails. And so I've been spending all the dark nights, all the clear nights with a telescope and trying to record it. And since last year, I've been focusing more on my bigger telescope and trying to get better at it. The thing about focal length is the longer the focal length, the harder the learning curve. When you start with just a telescope or just a DSLR and a camera lens, you can make a lot of mistakes and still get a really nice picture. You make a small mistake with a telescope with a 1600 millimeter focal length, and you've got nothing to share with anybody. So it's taken me a couple of years to even get to where I can confidently let this thing ride all night and get good data. Putting it on wheels was key because it weighs, that whole unit weighs probably 140 pounds with the counterweight, the mount itself, and the telescope. So it was really hard to break down every night or break down every morning, lug it out every night and set it all up. So having it all put together and just sitting in my garage is a game changer. So here's some of the pictures that I've taken this year. I mean, I think we've had, what, 6 clear nights this year?
3.
So 3?
3.
So this is the cigar galaxy. And I'm just blown away by what that bigger telescope can see, the details that it can bring out. And I used red, blue, green, but I also used an HA filter to really try to bring out some of those fiery explosions of the HA coming out of the core of that galaxy. This is the Crab Nebula, which is Messier 1. It's the very first object that is not a comet. That's a joke from yesterday, if you remember. And this is Thor's helmet. And those 3 are probably the things that I've actually got that are shareable for this year. But those are all with the bigger telescope. And like I said, if I had seen those images 5 years ago, I really would have thought that they were Hubble images. Like, I wouldn't have believed that somebody in their backyard in Fairmont, West Virginia could put something like this together. So we are really living in the golden age of astrophotography. The fact that amateurs can buy stuff off the shelves like a Seestar or Skywatcher or even just the rigs that we have set up with the mono cameras that are extremely efficient at turning photons into electrons. It's just a great time to be an astrophotographer. So last year when I was here, I had been lucky enough to have an image selected as a NASA astronomy picture of the day. And we went through a presentation. Was anybody here for last year's presentation? Okay, so you guys remember some of that. We took the North American Nebula and the Pelican Nebula, and we did an SHO combine of that data. We walked through, so there's the North America, it's upside down, the Pelican, and so that was sulfur, hydrogen, and oxygen. We combined those to an image, and then we used some curves to like really bring out the saturation and the contrast. And we ended up with an image like this that I really liked. Like honestly, I was doing it live, and it's oversaturated on the monitor. But I was looking at this display, and so I was actually cranking things further, you know, talking about using the sliders so it looks good. Well, I was using the sliders so it looked good up here. And I actually ended up really liking the way it looked. And then also I showed it to a tool called Star Align to actually rotate and crop to match an image that we might have gotten inspiration from. So I looked through, when I'm thinking about doing a project, I'll look at other people's versions of that. To be really focusing on making sure that my framing is right. And I found somebody online that had a framing of the Pelican in North America that was upside down and made my brain focus on just the dark nebula. There is a huge swath of dust through here called LDN 935 that I hadn't really thought about before. I was just focused on the shape of North America and the shape of the Pelican. And so I used in that presentation a quick tool, Star Align, and Star Align my data that we had just done. I flipped it, mirrored it horizontally, but that's the data that we ended up with at the end of that presentation last year. And I liked that so much that I sent it in to have the guys at NASA look at it, and they hit me back like almost immediately. So our presentation was like July 13th, and this was an APOD on August 7th last year. So that Star Align tool is something that I learned how to use really through the regular, if you do the weighted batch pre-processing, it's actually part of the routine of registration. And that's what it's for, is to register all of your subs together so that when you stack them, they stack on top of each other. It looks at the stars, it has some geometry, some algorithms on how to stretch, rotate, orient one image to another. But it can also be used for a lot of other reasons manually. And that's what I wanted to talk to about today. So one night, I got my bigger telescope out and I pointed it at the pillars of creation. And I was just thrilled with the data that came back. But work gets in the way, rain gets in the way, clouds get in the way. I never got the chance to go back and get more data on this target to make the good Hubble palette. I wanted it to look like this, but what I had was this. And so how could I ethically get this coloring on my image? And then I remember, I drive a lot for work, so I think a lot. So I'm driving, and I think, I took a picture of the pillars of creation the previous year, and I had all the data, but it was at a much different focal length. It was at 340 millimeters instead of 1600. You don't need a whole lot of data in color if you've got good structure in black and white. It's like a watercolor painting. If you've got a black and white ink drawing and then you take a watercolor, you don't need a lot of resolution on that watercolor to make that image. So I took, this was an image that I shared in 2023, and I took that data and I thought, well, I'll just align that with the AJ, the hydrogen alpha data that I just recently took. And a lot of times and I would do it manually. I'm sure there's a better way to do it, but I would change the transparency and I would rubber sheet it and I would stretch it until the stars lined up just perfectly. And that has a lot of effort and very differing levels of success. There's a better way to share or stack your data from two different sources, and it's the Star Align tool in PixInsight. So what I plan to do is try to do this live, but we'll work with that data and try to get that to match that. And it will match the rotation, the crop, and it will upscale it for the resolution. And then you can combine those images either with pixel math or just in layers in Photoshop. And we're going through this pretty quick, so I think we've got time to do some live work on it. So this is my final image. I did change some of the hue and saturation I got rid of some of the green that I had in 2023, just by turning those curves a little bit in the levels. These are some other images. I thought Cody, or no, I think it was Charles Bracken said, the best thing to do in a presentation is have lots of pretty pictures. So this is another image that I used the Starline tool. I found there was an APOD maybe back in 2013 of the Witch's Broom, and I just loved the way it was framed. There was something about the diagonal, there was something about just the way it was framed that I really, really liked. And so I took my data that was much bigger, and I used a Starline tool and Starlined it to that image, and then that became my image. Now something special about this one is that you can see there is 6 diffraction spikes on that. And that's a real diffraction spike. When James Webb came out, all of the image came out with these big 6 diffraction spikes, and it was like a big thing because all the Hubble images was just the cross, it was just the 4 that we're used to. And so I put fishing line across my telescope, but I did it in the shape of a Mercedes symbol. And it came out as a 6-spike diffraction spike. So that's a real spike. I didn't just add that in Photoshop just with a paintbrush. But I went back and just shot one night on that star. It was actually the only star that did it also. It was the only star bright enough to actually do the diffraction on it. This is a wide frame of Cygnus. This is 6 or 8. I can't remember now. I think it was 8 panels. But you've got North American Nebula, the Clam Shell Nebula, the Veil Loop. There's the Crescent. There's I always call it Wolf Rayet, but I heard the pronunciation Wolf Rayet or something. A lot of cool stuff going on in this region. The butterflies. So I think I'll sit down and share the screen, and we'll just kind of go through where that tool is in PixInsight. And there are a lot of settings, kind of like Brett had mentioned in Serial, that I normally just go with the defaults, but there are a lot of settings in this tool. I always find my processes, I'll close it here, just by going to the top of the screen, hitting processes, and then I go to all processes, because they're in alphabetical order, and I've never learned where they're at in this actual menu settings. So I always just go all processes, and I know I'm looking for star alignment, so I come down here to star alignment, pops that up, and you can do it. Before I did batch processing, I used to have a directory of all my subs, and I would actually do a star alignment to one image and have 50 subs that I would do this to, and then would export it out to another directory. For this, doing one image at a time, you don't need an output directory because we're just going to output it to the screen. And we're going to use a view. We're not going to use an actual file. We can actually do it to a file, but we're going to live do this with just a view, and we're going to pick which view we want to star align to. And I've got this one called HA. You can see it will tell you the 2 images that you have open. I've got one called color, one called HA. So we're going to pick HA. It's going to be our reference frame. I'm going to hit OK. And then the way you launch things in PixInsight is a lot of times just drag a triangle over and drop it. And this is going to fade. And that's common when you've got a really wide field of view and a very narrow field of view, and you've asked it to do this. So one thing that I've learned, because I used to, this was a dead end and I gave up, but over the years I learned that if you dynamically crop this so that it's closer to this, then it will work. So process, again, dynamic crop, so it's in the B's. And we'll just put a crop on there that is bigger than the field of view here, just so that we can make sure that we don't lose anything. I think that's good. So I can drag that. Actually, because it's dynamic, I just green check mark it. So it rotated it, and it is now close enough that this star line will work on it. And so now we have the same resolution and the same exact shape. So if I file save this real quick. Bit. Oh, I saved the wrong thing. Save as. If we take that to Photoshop, we'll close that, play with that further. We have those two images, they're exactly the same size now, and they will overlay perfectly. Now, what I would do is actually do a starless version of these. I would work on the starless version. I would get some stars that I would put back in. We can do that if you want, but I was just going to do a quick version of it. Throw in the color on here. You can see I can just drop the opacity down. So now the structure from my higher resolution data and my bigger telescope is coming through the color of my smaller telescope. And then in here, I could, play around with the saturation and the hue until I liked or didn't like it. Real quick, I'll just do a starless version. Great stars. All that starless. All that stars. So sometimes you might have HA data that you want to add to an RGB image or a color image. And one way to add structure is through luminosity. Another way to do it is through soft light. So let's open that new starless image, which again is exactly the right size because we took it straight from the version that was the right size. We put that on top. It is now the starless version. And if we change the layer style in Photoshop, we can change it to soft light. And you can see what it does. It kind of brings out structure. Another thing that you can do, and maybe this is too in-depth because I'm kind of doing it on the fly, but I'll change that back to normal. And do a filter on this, filter other high pass. And so I'm going to kind of try to find a real crunchy version of this in the high pass slider. Now, if we use that as, let's just try luminosity. No, that didn't look good. We'll try a soft light there. So you can see what it did. That real crunchy version, but then it has a soft light layer, really brought out some structure. And so that's two techniques for the price of one. The Starline tool to scale and rotate to match two images to the same size, and then ways to incorporate them in Photoshop with layers. A thing that I learned probably from Trevor Jones is the Control-Shift-Alt-E shortcut that makes a new image layer of exactly what you can see. So at that point, you can turn things off and you can kind of go back and forth. And if there's certain areas of your image that got too crunchy and you don't like it, you can kind of erase them out of this top layer. And you can get the softer version back. So if there's an area of the image, let's just say that right down here, it was too crunchy. We can erase that out of that layer that we made. And then when I turn those layers back on, it's the soft layer that's behind it, so it stays the same. But the definition comes out at the top. But what's happening there is you've just got, you basically made a new layer of everything that you were seeing as its own layer, and then you take some of that out and go back to the version that you had before it. So I thought that was going to take 45 minutes, and it took 28.
When you were getting ready to merge these two, you had the color side and the black and white. On the color, you just said that you could mess around with the chroma and all that kind of stuff inside. Do you still have the SHO data in that layer, in that image?
In the Photoshop version, this is a single layer at this point. This is basically, I shared this to Astrobin, I went back to Astrobin and pulled it down, and it's just one layer. So it's already flattened and lost all of the different versions. And you could do a couple of different things to try to break it into channels, and you would synthetically get your SHO back, but it's not as true as when it was actual color filter narrowband data. I get so much data. I'm running around with like 5 terabyte drives full of data, and then I can't find them later. And then I'm like, did I really want that data? Probably not, so I delete it. And then I'm like, I need that data. And that's the data that I don't have now. So I honestly wanted to just go back and find my SHO separates and work with it. But the quickest and dirtiest way was to just pull it off my own Astrobin site. Which, on Astrobin, I probably should change its name. You can just Google Abraham Jones Astrobin and you'll find it. I've got a lot of images out here. It's a really nice repository that I can always kind of go back and grab some of my stuff, and it's visually indexed for me. And I thought I might spend some time kind of zooming in on that data from the Rokinon 135 mosaic. It's amazing to me what a mono camera and a Rokinon 135 can do. I mean, the amount of data that it's a f2, so it's getting a lot of photons at once. It's so fast. And there's a lot in this region that I have never really seen before, because you don't decide to point a bigger telescope at an area up in the corner because you don't know what you're going to get if it's not in a catalog or that somebody else hasn't imaged it to the point where you want to go out and find it. Any other questions?
Yeah, I got one. So the star alignment tool. So you have a collaborative project. You've got a group of people that want to go out and shoot, say the tulip nebula. But this group of people had everything from the Rokinon 135 all the way up to, you know, a 28.8 on a celestial 11 inch. If they're going to work on one composite image, and you've got to match focal length, you've got to match all of that. This is the tool and the way to do it.
Yeah, I would take those images into the star alignment tool and actually you would stack them after you star align them.
Right.
Yep.
Star
align first, so that they're all the same resolution and all the same exact orientation, and then all the data gets stacked together, and then you're working on an image. Everybody can then post-process it as part of their image. You know, it's a really good way to do that, because like I've even had trouble in my mind when I've had just different rotations. Like I might have imaged for 2 nights, not imaged for a week, bumped my setup, and my camera is turned, you know, a couple of degrees. And I'm like, oh, it's not gonna, the star alignment will take care of that.
So another reason to buy a 158 terabyte drive, you keep your data, and you can keep building year after year after year after year. And then no matter the rotation or anything, you come up with a nice image.
Yep.
Hey, is it a default that it automatically upscales to the highest resolution?
It scales to the one that you set as your reference. If I would have picked the color as my reference and done the bigger one, it would downscale it, but then it would fill out the field of view with black. So I would end up with a little square that got smaller and I would lose data. So you always want to shoot towards the bigger resolution.
Gotcha. Make the highest resolution your reference.
Yeah.
Okay, any more questions?
I was thinking I had some Cygnus wall from a couple of nights ago. I haven't done what we did with the Pillars of Creation yet. So I might spend a couple of minutes just doing that. My problem is indexing. Like I don't always do it the same way, so.
We talked a little bit about that in the workflow as far as keeping your data and everything, as far as indexing. And my system changed 20 times. So I know probably changed 21 times. So once you do it, then you've got the nice task to go back and re-index it. Is that the one you were asking what the morning structure was?
Yeah, yes, we'll see that in Fixed Insight here. So we'll hit the auto stretch button. So here is the Cygnus loop, and I only got 25 minutes on it. But
there's a really cool structure right here, and then we're like, I'm not even sure what this is yet, but there's stuff coming off of that structure. I'm not sure if those are waves of gas and dust, or if there's an actual pillar there. So I want to spend a lot more time on this area. So dynamically rotate this and prop it. And then star alignment, view, got this long file name, and we'll see if this works. So sometimes, and this data is not very good at all, the stars are more like footballs than they are like circles. So I'll use blur exterminator to try to turn this back into stars so that star alignment can recognize the stars. Blur exterminator, correct only. And try to turn those into circles. Very nice. All right, we'll give it another try. I'll try to correct only on this one. And then, yeah. There you go. So it's about star shape, which is something that is very, very hard to achieve as an amateur astrophotographer, getting your stars perfectly round from edge to edge in your images. And then you deal with things like camera tilt, you deal with slight problems with tracking, but now we have an image that is colored. File, save that. Image 11, so we'll call that squall. You know what? I want to start us first now. I'll save that as do the same here. This is not actually stretched yet, so we can do a quick start on it. I like to stretch my stars and my nebulosity separately. When you really bring out the histogram of your nebula, it can bloat the stars quite a bit. And the stars should be pinpoints. We're not in a place where we see many stars other than the sun as a disk. So they should be more intense, but not necessarily bigger balls. That's just an error in our atmospheres. It's going around, brighter stars are taking up more of those pixels on our sensor. So, let's say those stars separate. I'm sorry, I'm not talking while I work. This is like new to me. So. Let's do a process histogram transformation. And then we'll get a screen transformation. Screen transfer. Screen. And we'll drag this triangle to here. And drag this triangle to here. And we'll hit F12. And now that is stretched. Save as wall. HA. This is how the sausage gets made, by the way. And we want those stars. There's the stars going on. These are HA stars. I want the color stars too. I'll show you a trick with those. Save as. Because they're blurry, we'll put them in transparently and it'll create color and also a little bit of a star glow. All right, I think we've got our pieces and we can put them together in a couple of minutes here. No, save. File, open. Let's see. Wall stars. Wall stars. Where did I say that? After we can mask it up. All right, so we've got and clone stars. No, SHO stars. All right.
Control J is my friend in Photoshop. I made another layer of it, and that way when I mess it up, I can just throw the layer away, and I still have the original background layer. So here I'm going to do a little bit more levels, just to get a little bit more of that beautiful structure pop out. I might even do what we did earlier with the filter, other high pass, and find some neat structure in here that I want to bring out. Save that for later. Call that high pass. All right, let's find that color. It's a little different than that. I wonder how different it is. One thing. Image type. Make it hard. Okay, so it didn't start the line as well as I thought it did. And it will probably take me 30 minutes to figure out why. So I won't force you guys to watch that part.
Any questions while we wait for?
Comments from the peanut gallery?
What's that?
Say comments from the peanut gallery.
Is the 135 millimeter lens on a DSLR?
So, I originally started with a DSLR and that 135, and I took pictures of all kinds of things like Rho Ophiuchi, in just off of the core of the Milky Way. There's the rotation that I wanted. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it worked on the second version of this. But when the images that we just looked at that I took with the 135 were actually an astrophotography dedicated camera, like one of these little red cans that are on the back of these telescopes. So I got an adapter for a Canon lens and an ASI Air, or an ASI camera to screw onto.
What's the sensor size of the camera that you actually use?
So it's similar to an ASPC, a crop sensor. Yeah, the 294 mm.
Still pretty good size, but it's actually you can zoom in.
Yeah, it artificially zooms in because it's a crop sensor.
Hey, I noticed you applied the structure to the column. We'll sort of go back in time on the presentation a little bit.
Yeah.
But you applied the structure to the column, right? We can Photoshop.
Yeah, so I didn't actually, I've got a black and white structure and I put it as a layer on top of the color. I didn't modify the color layer itself, but I let it see through that structure.
Right. Yep. But I guess my question is, you had the structure on top.
Yeah.
Did you ever try the opposite and try to apply the color to the structure?
No, well, no. But I think both would work.
Okay. I just wondered if.
And you just play with the opacity. Yeah.
Because I've done some things similar to what you just did, and I just wondered if there was a reason why you chose to choose applying the structure to the color versus color to the structure, and if there was one there.
I think both would work just equally as well, depending on the opacity that you choose.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened on that first one, but we're going to try it again. Throw that away.
color. That looks a lot better. It's close, right? So you wanted me to put the color on top of the structure, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want you to do anything.
Yeah.
I wondered if you asked if there was a reason why you chose to do it the way you did. But I mean, I started thinking about different techniques. Well, so for instance, like, I don't know if there's any portrait photographers in here, but there's a technique in editing they call frequency separation, where you separate the structure of somebody's face from the color of somebody's face. And it's a method they use for like skin smoothing, right? So you can essentially completely separate the color from the structure and then reapply the I've never did anything like that in astrophotography. We started talking about it maybe my year's third term, which is dangerous.
So here's the way I add stars to images after I separate them. You can add them back together in pixel math. There's different ways to do it and stay in PixInsight, but I've learned how to do it in Photoshop and I'm comfortable doing it this way. So I just take my stars, which we didn't stretch the HA stars, so there's not a whole lot of stars that show up here. I take these stars and I find the image that I want to put them on, and I put them just as a layer right there, and it's a big black layer, so it blacked everything out. But there is a layer called screen, a style, and so now I've screened those stars, but you remember those stars weren't stretched, so you still don't see the stars. So I'll Control J, and I'll get levels for this layer, and I'll start to stretch my stars. You can see the stars coming in now. So that's how I bring my stars back, and then that way I can control how much bloat they get, so to speak. I'll do the levels to the stars separately. Sometimes I'll do even multiple layers of the stars. Like you can continue and get brighter and brighter and brighter, and then you can change the opacity. You can stretch them even too far. And this is what I was going to do with the color stars. I'm not sure that I got a color star version that's properly aligned. So let's say we want that amount of stars, but we want some star below. So we can change the opacity of that top layer, so that you can still see that great structure of the Cygnus wall, and then you're not just removing stars. One of the first things that I ever learned that I thought I liked was dust and scratches for star production, which just actually removes some of the smaller stars. It's some of the stuff that I did in the first year of astrophotography, and I don't do it now. I like to try to keep as many stars as I can. Spend all night trying to gather pictures of stars. I don't want to then erase them, but at the same time, I do want to bring out the nebulosity. All right, well, thank you guys very much for watching me work through my mistakes. Enjoy.